This is A's Cast Live, your comprehensive look at the Oakland Athletics.
And the pitch is swung on, hit the right field, hit deep. Whitefield going back at the track, over his head, and over the wall. Do you believe that?
And 29 other MLB clubs.
Ramirez with a drive to deep right, away back, goal!
Hey, hits a bomb out there by the Rocks. And boy, oh boy, this third inning is now showtime.
It is a judging blast. All rise. Here comes the judge.
Join us as we take you inside the baseball universe, from humidors to spin rates to game-changing moments. We have you covered. Spend your afternoon with us next from the town, only on A's Cast Live. Here's Chris Townsend.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Cody, for taking me off mute. As we are getting you ready for Game 1 of the World Series from the Chicken Pie Shop in Walnut Creek, come down and see us. We're going to be on from 1 to 5 o'clock today, and then, of course, we'll have the games on all the different TVs. A's fans are starting to fill in right now. We have specials throughout the game. Come down and see us, the Chicken Pie Shop of Walnut Creek. We got a ton of special guests. Looking at Eno Sarris, our baseball columnist from The Athletic, will be here in moments. The face of A's television, the great Glen Kuiper, is going to be here from NBC Sports California at 1:30. The Super Scout, the A's Super Scout, he's also a part of NBC Sports California. Shooty Babitt is going to be here. Earlier today, Buster Olney from ESPN and I did a little chat from my home studio. You will see that as we got Buster on from Houston. What a big get for Cody to get our man Buster on. And then Bip Roberts, former All-Star, former longtime Major League Baseball player, who you also see on NBC Sports California. He will be here at 4 o'clock. And then our A's historian, David Feldman, is going to cruise by. I mean, we call him NBC. We call him Pac-12 Network, official scorer. He does everything. He will be here at what time?
He told me 4:30 he'll be here, so half an hour before the show ends.
And, of course, the pie shop is absolutely decorated for Halloween right now. It looks great. So we'll be here from 1 to 5 doing the show, and then we're all going to be sitting down watching Game 1 of the World Series. Cannot wait. And something that, listening to Buster, and you're going to hear this later on today, Buster is going to be at 3:30, something I want to talk to Eno about, and something that kind of fries me a little bit. And I don't want to start on a negative note, but it is so amazing how the Astros now in the national eye have become such favorites, and they become such this, of course they're going to win, versus, wait a minute, I have all these notes that I can prove to you that baseball was peddling, that the Yankees were historic, that the Dodgers were historic, and there wasn't one mention. And I bet if we went through all the national baseball columnists, we will not find any interview, any article, any video of anybody throughout this season calling the Astros historic. But now the tide is flipped. Now everybody wants to call them, of course, they could sweep this. Of course, this is going to be over in 5. I got my Sports Weekly, which is from USA Today, Bob Nightingale, friend of the program, and all the USA Today guys, they all picked the Astros at either 4 or 5. One of the columnists said, you know what, I'm not going to go chalk. I'm going to go the Phillies in 6. But it's amazing to me how, Eno has written an article, what do you learn from the postseason, the regular season, how they mirror each other? Maybe baseball needs to learn how to cover a season and have it all not be about which market's the biggest market and let's basically cover those teams. Because obviously Houston's not considered one of the major markets, even though it is. It's the 4th largest city in the country, I believe. It's one of the bigger TV markets. As much as we hate the Astros, I'm just being real. That's what we do here on A's Cast, is we know how great they are. We've been dealing with it for years. 6 straight years in the ALCS, World Series 4 out of 6 years. And now all of a sudden, we're just figuring it out. Oh, yeah, these guys are great. Well, no, yeah, because you spent the whole summer telling me how historic the Yankees are. And by the way, I love the lighting, right? We got the spooky lighting, so we're going to come in and out. The place looks great as we're ready for Halloween. But I don't know, Cody, if I could put the challenge to you, could you find me articles throughout the year done nationally talking about how forget that the Astros are a good team, but they're a historic team? Because all of a sudden, now everybody wants to act like they knew this. Oh, yeah, we've known how great they are. Well, you weren't saying that in June. You weren't saying it in July and August. And you really weren't saying it in September. You were too busy Yankees, Dodgers.
The answer is no. And the reason why is because did we ever hear it all in the entire season that we were worried about if the Mariners they're the only team, or the Angels would catch the Astros? The Astros ran away to the division to start the year, and they were great, but there was no mention of historic.
None.
Verlander's having an unbelievable year at age 39.
A lot of Dusty, a lot about, if Dusty could win it, Dusty's resume, Dusty going into the Hall of Fame, all that. You heard that.
You heard about a little bit about Jeremy Pena, nothing about Kyle Tucker and the kind of year he had, another 30 and 100 year.
Jordan got some love.
Yeah, Framber Valdez got a little bit of a mention, but yeah, nothing about historic. Now, if you mentioned about everyone's picking the Astros, I've heard one person pick the Philadelphia Phillies, and that was our good friend Paul Hembekides this morning on Buster Olney's podcast going, I think the Phillies are going to win in 6.
Okay, him taking the Phillies would be like me taking the A's.
Yeah, there's a bias there.
There's a very big bias there. I have been on the Philly bandwagon now for a long time. If you've watched this show a lot or listened to this show, you know that once the A's were out, which was a long time ago, I said, all right, from here on out, we got to pick American League team and a National League team. Who are we rooting for? I went Guardians.
The Guardians, there you go.
And I went Astros. I went Phillies.
Yeah, I went Astros.
You went chalk. Well, you went really chalk. Didn't you go Braves too?
No. Brewers.
Oh, yeah, they didn't make it.
Yeah, and the president of baseball ops stepped down. So
a lot of people, by the way. Mike Maddox out in St. Louis. Whoever their hitting coach is out.
Maddox is out. Wow.
Yeah, you didn't know that?
No, he's been there
Mike
for a while.
Maddox is not going to return as the Cardinals. All of a sudden, Oliver Marmol, who followed the percentages, he followed the percentages in the last 2 straight games of the Phillies, and they're out. They're changing their hitting coach, their pitching coach. The longtime assistant GM for the Tigers has stepped down. There's like a couple. There's all kinds. I saw more moves today, so we're starting to, they don't want you making a lot of moves, which I totally understand. And this is kind of something you take from football. Is football didn't want any news during the Super Bowl week, right? The week leading up to the Super Bowl, nobody and really kind of the 2 weeks, there's a freeze. They don't want anybody making any news. They don't want you taking anything away from the Super Bowl. I was kind of surprised that Bruce Bochy was named manager of the Texas Rangers. That's kind of something. Can we do this after the World Series? Can we do this November 5th? Can you schedule it for November 6th or 7th where you're going to say Bruce Bochy is the manager? But yeah, we're starting to see, because these moves all will come up big when we head to San Diego for the winter meetings, when all the hiring start really going, as a lot of changes right now with what's happening in the World Series. We have talked with Jeff Blummer, our buddy from the Astros, Cal Bear, and White Sox World Series hero. I remember when we had him on the field in Oakland, where we talked about how there's no lefty in the pen. The Astros pen is so good, they don't need a left-hander. But they went out and got Will Smith, not slapping Chris Rock, Will Smith, on the stage of the Oscars.
Well done.
That'd be former Giant Will Smith, left-hander, who was off the roster for the last round, now on the roster, as you got some big boys, and the two you think about is
Harper and Schwarber.
Are you going to show the shirt?
Oh, yeah. Look,
Will you take the flannel off?
No, but this is my Bryce Harper Nationals.
You're not in Pearl Jam, for God's sake.
Bryce Harper national shirt. I have the home run derby one when he won. I was there when he won the home run derby in DC. It was awesome. But yeah, adding Will Smith, now they have 2 lefties. The other one obviously being Framber Valdez, their starter, who's I'd say 1B. Verlander's 1A. He's 1B. Valdez was very good in regular season. He's been very good in the postseason. But yeah, adding Will Smith, that's a big move to try to get out to neutralize Harper and Schwarber in that lineup that's pretty good with Hoskins and Castellanos and Segura and Real Muto, who not many people are talking about. I think he could be a big X factor in this series. But yeah, I think adding Will Smith was a big move for dusting the Astros.
I'm gonna stick with this, and I'll say it. I talked with Buster Olney earlier today about it. Who's the TV guy, or was he radio guy or TV guy? We had him from Philly.
That would be we
McCarthy?
had Tom McCarthy, TV voice of the Phillies.
So I told them, I'm like, folks, I've played on a couple of these teams where you get a bunch of good players together. I know this is amateur baseball, and the fact that I'm comparing this to big league baseball, a lot of you may think I'm crazy, but I'm not. The Phillies are not a team that's perfectly constructed, and that's why they had issues. They have talent. They have talent all over the place. But it just didn't always fit. They're good enough to win, but they didn't always fit. And at some point, you start to gel, and the land of misfit toys starts to come together, and that talent start to rise, and you believe. And that's why I said it's like that summer ball team where a bunch of good players who just come together on a team. They're put together for the summer because you're really working out and you want to stay sharp for when high school starts again. And you're this group of guys that you play together, and it happens also in college when you go to the Cape or you go to Alaska, you get on these teams, and that all of a sudden at some point you start to click, you start to bond. You bond not only on the field, you bond off the field. You're young kids, you maybe start playing cards, you start drinking beers together, whatever. And then you just become unbeatable. And it doesn't matter that your defense is not the best. It doesn't matter that your bullpen's not the best. It does, all that stuff doesn't matter because just like every single game, somebody's doing something that makes you special and you just win games. And now you believe that, okay, this group, the guys that we got in this dugout, you can't beat us. That's where the Phillies are. So yeah, I got right here the position by position breakdown. And in a lot of areas, you may go Astros. But that really doesn't matter because the Phillies offense will play in Houston. Obviously, both places are pretty much bandboxes, except in center field for Houston. They've got the ability to hit the ball out of the ballpark, and if you got the ability to hit the ball out of the ballpark on a consistent basis, you're going to be in every single game. But what makes Philly so tough is they absolutely believe. They have this belief. Now, does that mean the Astros can't sweep them? Of course the Astros can. The Astros are an absolute machine. We know that because we see them so much. Eno Sarris, the great columnist from Your Athletic, is now here. How do we want to do this?
We'll get him set up, and then I'll play his open.
All right, we'll get the skull out of his way.
And then let me get the open ready for him. Here we go.
All right.
The Eno Sarris Show is sponsored by Fieldwork Brewing Company. With 8 taproom locations in Northern California, Fieldwork brings you fresh craft beer direct from the source. Fieldwork will also ship beer direct to your door if you live in California. Visit fieldworkbrewing.com.
I mean, I'd be wearing a Fieldwork Brewing shirt, but I haven't gotten one yet. So when I get mine, I will definitely promote it here on the show. How are you?
Doing great.
Welcome to the Chicken Pie Shop of Walnut Creek. You've heard commercials for it.
I'm going to have a chicken pie after this.
Now you know what it's like.
What is a chicken pie?
You never had a chicken pie?
Is it like chicken pot pie?
Yeah, it's chicken pot pie.
Sweet, yeah.
And we got all kinds of different pies here.
Nice.
And it's all decked out for Halloween as a big Halloween party tomorrow night here. But we're having our Game 1 World Series party. And, of course, it's a Friday, so it's time for Eno Sarris. And I loved your article about how, we have learned postseason to regular season. we've learned some things. It's a great read up on The Athletic. And it's funny that, in years past where we were learning that pull starters, bullpen. Now, all of a sudden in this year, a little shift back to starters and innings pitched. Less bullpen means bullpen's better.
Yeah. And I think that goes along with the conversations we've been having on the show where we've talked about how we've hit the limit of how much you can use your relievers. And this year was the first year that relievers had like a sub-4 ERA in the regular season in like 5-6 years. So we finally use the relievers less and they perform better. Amazing.
Yeah. Isn't that amazing? Hey, A's fans, we didn't have one complete game. See what happens? Use your relievers less and they're better. And I like hearing that because as I've heard quite a few people say, just when a starter on both sides goes deeper into the game, from a fan standpoint, there's more flow to the game. Game seems to have more rhythm to it, goes a little faster, and we don't get into the change and bullpen and back.
Oh, did you see this?
Time's way down.
We cut 15 minutes off of the average postseason game.
Now, you mentioned PitchCom.
Yeah, it's mostly PitchCom.
You think it's PitchCom?
But their starters are pitching more, so there's fewer changes, fewer reliever changes. So that's
15 minutes is big.
It is big.
And now if we're going to go to a pitch clock, which they're pretty much saying that cuts a half hour, now we're not looking at 3 hours and 40, 3 hours and 45. Now we could potentially really start getting these playoff games under 3 hours.
I think, I've had some pushback from fans being like, hey, I don't care if it's 340 or 320, or, I don't care about that. But what's hidden in that is that there's less time between things happening. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like if we're still squishing the same game, we're squishing it into 320, 3 hours and 20 minutes. That means that there's less nothing, and less time to listen to like John Smoltz talking about nothing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think that even though it doesn't, like, people might not care about time of game, we are doing something. So for example, PitchCom is cutting 4 seconds out of the average pitch time, right? And that doesn't seem like a lot. But 4 seconds over a lot is a lot. 4 seconds over every pitch in the game is a lot. And it's also 4 seconds of nothingness, of just staring at the catcher's crotch while he's putting fingers down. Like, do we miss that? I don't miss it.
No, and let me tell you this, just from something that all the years of radio research that I know. In radio, your hardcore fan that's going to listen no matter what you do is called a P1. You don't worry about the P1s because they're gonna be there no matter what.
Uh-huh.
And the people who sit there and say they don't care what the time of the game is, they're your P1s.
Yeah, right.
They're gonna be there no matter what.
They'll be there for 4.5 hours, 5 hours.
and so that's great. We love you.
Right.
But the problem is the non-P1s
attracting new viewers.
That's who we need to get back into watching baseball and to have the games go shorter, and hopefully too with the fact that we're going to have a pitch clock, more strikes, more balls in play.
It's baseball. It's just less of the in-between stuff.
So we are learning from this postseason, and hopefully that will go into the regular season.
Here's the stuff that people might not like, and especially sort of dedicated fans. We crossed over the 95-mile-an-hour average fastball threshold for the first time, 95.2. And it's not just the relievers. Starters are averaging 95 miles an hour in this postseason. And it's just because the fact of the matter is you're better if you have more velo. It's just a fact, So the better pitchers in the postseason are the ones who throw harder. Look at Zach Wheeler. Look at, these guys throw hard.
You said, though, less sliders, because that's always been my thing is, okay, you're throwing harder, but everybody's throwing breaking balls anyway, so I don't care how hard your fastball is. If I'm not seeing it a lot, if you're throwing me more sliders than fastballs, well, you got 98.
It is more sliders again.
Yeah.
It's always more sliders.
If there's always going to be more sliders than your 98, well, you got it in your back pocket, but the problem is you're keeping it in your back pocket.
It's really hard because the four seam has now become an action pitch, a strikeout pitch, a pitch you throw on 2 strikes, That's why you hold in your back pocket, Oh, now you're looking slider, on that 0-2 count, 96 up and in.
I've never heard of more sliders helping an elbow. I've never, ever heard of that. But,
Especially
fastball.
hard sliders.
And what you're going to see tonight really is historic from the standpoint of we have never seen a player this age throw this hard in the World Series. And Justin Verlander, we've never seen a guy be 39 years old throwing 98.
I bet you Nolan Ryan was throwing pretty hard.
But he wasn't in the postseason.
Oh.
We've never seen a guy in the
Roger
postseason this old throwing this hard.
I mean, he's amazing. I think that sometimes people say, "Oh, Nolan Ryan threw 150 pitches a game. Why can't these kids do it?" Look at Nolan Ryan. Look at Roger Clemens. Look at Justin Verlander. They are unicorns. You can't learn from them. You can't just be like, "Oh, hey, be Justin Verlander." Hey,
and Nolan Ryan was throwing 100 miles an hour in high school.
Yeah.
He's a phenom.
Right, exactly. And they had rubber arms, right?
We want all these kids to do this. I was actually at the shout out Willow Glen Rams, got another victory last night in football, so I was at that game. Oh God. And there's these I don't know how much I want to get into this, but they were asking me, kids in 8th grade are about to go into 9th grade. He's already had Tommy John surgery.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, and
you have to touch 97 to be drafted in the first round. That's a requirement. You have to touch 97 to be drafted in the first round now.
And I'm like, you're already having a Tommy John in 8th grade?
Yeah.
Like how many Tommy Johns are these kids gonna have?
Yeah.
Scary. Because everybody wants to throw so hard at such an early age as your body's still developing. And if you can be lucky, like Nolan Ryan when his arm gave out in Seattle at the age of 46, or Verlander's arm gave out at the age of 38. Clemens never gave out.
Wait as long as possible, yeah.
Randy Johnson never gave out. But I mean, those guys are just such freaks that we're trying to get these kids to throw at such a velocity at a young age. These arms they can't hold up.
And in fact, you've seen a mini trend of high school guys throwing 100 that haven't really worked out. Riley Pint, I just saw him on some data I was looking at, and he's trying to come back. But Riley Pint was, there's a group of pitchers around the time that he was drafted that threw 100, got drafted in the first round, high schoolers throwing 100 miles an hour. And a lot of them have been injured and haven't worked out. Some of them have come back around. Like I think Tyler Matzek, the reliever for the Braves, was a high school arm that was throwing 100, had a lot of injuries, and came out the other side as a reliever. But it's a thing. And I don't really have a good answer for you because Velo still gets outs. It still matters.
Yeah. I mean, the faster the ball is coming in, the harder it is to hit it, yeah. Right? And then you start throwing the wrinkles in there. It's just, it's a reality. All right. Give me the blueprint on how the Phillies, underdogs, people are talking sweep, at least it's in 5. Give me that blueprint how the Phillies win.
The Washington Nationals. The Washington Nationals are the blueprint. And the way that worked for them is Patrick Corbin, who we think of as the current Patrick Corbin, that Patrick Corbin was pretty good. Steven Strasburg and Max Scherzer and Sean Doolittle and Daniel Hudson, 5 pitchers threw over 40 innings in that World Series. It's a little bit like the Bumgarner situation where he alone threw a third of the innings in that World Series when they won, when the Giants won with Bumgarner closing out with the 5-inning save or whatever. So that's the blueprint. The blueprint is Aaron Nola, Zach Wheeler, Ranger Suarez, Jose Alvarado, and Sir Anthony Dominguez. Those 5 guys get 40 innings.
Do they have to win one in Houston?
I think so. Yeah.
Right. I mean, obviously, you're going to have to win one in Houston. But
that's where the pitching matchups are the tightest. I mean, if you got Aaron Nola and Zach Wheeler going in games 1 and 2, getting a split is not impossible.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, you got to win 4.
You get a
so
split.
You're going to have to win 1 game. But I think for the confidence, for you going back to the bank where it's going to be cold, it's going to be your fan base raucous, going nuts.
Very loud.
I don't want to see them down 0-2.
Yeah, so I think you got to take a split, and then you're going to have to get at least one surprise because the pitching matchups do not favor the Phillies when they go back to Philadelphia. They're going to be running out Ranger Suarez against Lance McCullers. That's a Astros. You take the Astros on that. They're going to be running out a bullpen game against Christian Javier. You take the Astros on that. I think they have to surprise in at least one of those games and then go back to Houston down 3-2. That's what happened with the Nationals.
And I'm saying tonight, because you look at Verlander in the World Series, for all of his greatness, he's been awful. His World Series have been terrible. Whether he was younger, older, really what we call Verlander's prime, he has not pitched well in the World
we had
Series.
the Pablo Sandoval 3-homer game or 4. It was a 4-homer game. A couple of them were off.
Was it SBC Global then? What, AT&T? What did we call it then?
Yeah.
Was it Pac Bell?
I was covering that game. I struggle with that one because his strikeout rates and his walk rates are the same as his regular season, but his home run rates are different. And I don't know, part of that could be being tired. Part of that could just be you face better lineups in the postseason. You face better lineups that, you're not facing, the Angels and you know what I mean? Like it's the Phillies. You're going to give up more homers because they're better, And
they're hot. I don't know what the layoff does, but right now they got that it factor going.
Yeah. So maybe they steal one against Verlander. And then they have to surprise one at home, maybe two. That's where it's gonna come down to winning at least one game in Philadelphia, and then as bad as 3-2 going to Houston sounds, now you get Wheeler and Nola back, right? And that's exactly what the Nationals did. They got their guys back for game 6 and 7 and won those two games.
When I think about
and you need like a Juan Soto, so you need a hot hitter or two.
Well, they got a couple.
They've got that.
And that's one thing we talked about Bryce Harper.
Yeah.
Being the guy who's like a 12-year-old leading his team in in the Little League World Series to Williamsport. He's having a great time. They're all having a great time. They're enjoying it. So,
but it is funny. There used to be a narrative, and there's a great piece by Jason Stark on The Athletic about this. There used to be a narrative that he wasn't clutch. It was literally a thing people said about Bryce Harper. They would have said it 2 months ago. They said he wasn't clutch. Bryce Harper is not clutch. That seems sort of silly now.
Seems absolutely ridiculous now.
Yeah, that was one of the most clutch homers I've ever seen.
Coming back from a broken thumb and hitting over 400. He's been, and doing it against lefty, righty. It doesn't matter.
God, not
it
100
doesn't matter.
miles an hour.
It doesn't matter who you're bringing up. You don't
Yeah.
want to throw to him.
Yeah.
And that's why that firepower plays so much down in Houston, is that you could have a couple 3-run shots like that, and next thing you know, that Phillies confidence is right back.
That's how they steal them. Yeah, it's going to be power. They have to get to that power. So, the way that it goes if Houston sweeps is all those strikeouts. The Phillies do strike out more. All those strikeouts pile up, and they don't get to that homer. And they just strike out, and the Philly and the Astros are dominant pitching wise. But they haven't always been dominant pitching wise, and the way they've lost their World Series is, their pitchers giving up homers.
I started the show out today because I've been the last couple of days, watching and listening to a lot of stuff. Is I spent the whole summer hearing about how historic the Yankees were. Towards the middle to the end of the year, how historic the Dodgers were. That was the national media narrative.
Uh-huh.
Now the national media has flipped and went, "Oh, the Astros, they've always been really good." where was everybody on the Astro train? Now everybody's on the Astros train.
I think it's just it's a reluctant acknowledgement. I think it's reluctant almost with all three teams. Are you going to sell a lot of papers writing about how dominant the Dodgers are? That's like people know. They've won more games than anybody in baseball 5-10 years. The Dodgers are number one. So it's not like a hot take to say the Dodgers are good. And the Yankees have not missed the postseason in what, like 25 years or something.
24 out of 28.
24 out of 28. So, that's also not going to sell you papers. And the Astros, like it or not, they have that cheating scandal in their past. And so it's not going to do you much good to tell everybody how good the Astros are. I've been writing about it a lot because the player development that they have is outstanding. And we've talked about how they have Edgertronic video cameras in every environment that they work out in, they play in, they practice in, they have the best in data and tech. They're really good coaches. You just saw two really big hires that are going to hurt the Astros. Oz Ocampo is going to the Marlins. And oh man, I forgot the other one. But there were two big hires that they just
guys coming to the Giants.
Yeah, Pete.
Who's coming to the Giants? What's the guy's name?
Pete Petruglia. He's a new GM of the Giants.
And so he's supposedly a big architect of that player development engine. And Oswald Campo is the big architect of their sort of Latin American player development engine. And if you look at their team, look at this team. It is so homemade. You know what I mean? Bregman, Altuve, Jeremy Pena, Jordan Alvarez. I mean, yeah, they traded for him, but like he became an Astro in their system, you know, and like all their pitchers, Luis Garcia, all these guys, Lance McCullers, they built all of that, you know, with player development.
But what's so interesting, and let's end on this, if you believe the Houston Chronicle, there's like, okay, James Click's been running this thing. There's an article right now in the Houston Chronicle about, does he have to win to keep his job? That Jim Crane, the rumblings inside the Astros world is that the relationship between the GM and the owner aren't great. I mean, wow. What else do you need to do?
I have heard from some people I talked to that, Lunau's methods were, I mean, obviously he got him in trouble, but he was very sort of corporate and like, was very like by the numbers and like not a lot of like sort of feel for people. It was a very sort of a consulting. He came from consulting.
Yeah.
Lunau.
There was that famous consulting firm.
They hired a consulting firm to come in and be like, you need to fire all these people. So that was Lunau's, and Crane is like that. And Click is a little bit more personable. And that resonates with me because I don't know Lunau well, but I know I've talked to Click, and he's a nice guy. He's like he cares about people. And
Can't have that.
Yeah.
Gotta go. Wait a minute. You care about the people that work for you? You're gone.
We need a bean
I
counter
need
in
an
here.
Excel sheet. You're just a number. Cody'd be gone. If we ran it like that, he'd be out of here.
By the way, that firm is McKinsey.
That's it, yeah. And there's some rumblings that the David Stearns situation. David Stearns is in Milwaukee. The Brewers have, I think, maybe the second or third most wins in the NL over the last third most in the NL over the last 3 years or 4 years, something like that. And so they've been good, but for some reason, David Stearns stepped away from the role. Matt Arnold is very good, and so the Brewers will be okay. But why did David Stearns step away from the role? And
he's going to the Astros.
Well, there's the Astros, but there's also the Mets that he's been linked with. So, because there was a whole thing there was a whole thing in New York, like, oh, is he going to get Stearns? And so there's two big jobs that Stearns seems to have put like a big for sale sign out in the front yard being like, yeah, if anybody needs me, I took a step back. And maybe Stearns is just doing that because he wants more resources. He wants a bigger market, and he wants to be able to do his he's a very player development guy where he's like, we're going to create what we need. And maybe he wants to like add, we're also going to spend in free agency on top of that because, the Brewers have not been spending in free agency.
Play the man his jingle.
The Eno Sarris Show is sponsored by Fieldwork Brewing Company. With 8 taproom locations in Northern California, Fieldwork brings you fresh craft beer direct from the source. Fieldwork will also ship beer direct to your door if you live in California. Visit fieldworkbrewing.com.
And I looked at the San Leandro draft list, and they've got a pumpkin milk stout out there for any of you guys who are, if you're like you have your lattes and you have to have the pumpkin spice in it around this time of year. They've got a good pumpkin stout on tap for people. That's my recommendation for the season.
That this time of the year, Halloween into
it doesn't ever taste like pumpkin. It's the spices that people put in pumpkin pie. It's not actually pumpkin. It's the spice package. But I digress. But
welcome to the Chicken Pie Shop.
Yeah, we'll have a chicken pie.
Thank you for coming out. Coming up next, he is the face of A's television. The great Glen Kuiper will join us next right here on A's Cast Live.
The Coliseum has gone by many names, but none better than the Last Dive Bar. Hi, everyone. Ken Korak here, and my friends at Last Dive Bar are helping us celebrate our longtime home. Last Dive Bar has the most unique merchandise for all Oakland baseball fans. T-shirts, sweatshirts, the Ray Fosse line, and my personal favorite, the lights have taken full effect. Visit their website at lastdivebar.com or follow them on social media at Last Dive Bar. All proceeds are invested back into the A's Community Fund and their affiliated charities. Go to lastdivebar.com. That's lastdivebar.com.
The general manager of the Green and Gold, David Force, stopped by A's Cast Live and discussed the growth of Seth Brown in 2022.
From where he came a couple of years ago, and I remember having conversations about whether we thought he might end up going to Asia to play and not get a chance to establish himself here. He really took a step forward on the field. You saw it in the power, you saw it in his versatility, playing first base and outfield. And then, we really saw it in the clubhouse. I think if you ask Kotz right now, the guys coming back, who are the guys that set the tone in there? And that's not always the most vocal guy or sort of the most rah-rah, but the guys who work hard, who can sort of silently lead other guys. Seth has to be at the top of that list. And I don't think anybody would have said that a year or two ago. So it's been fun to watch where he got to at the end of the season.
To listen to the full interview and much more, go to athletics.com/A'sCast.
This is Chris Townsend for the Chicken Pie Shop of Walnut Creek. Great news! Our indoor dining is back, along with our beautiful patio dining. Come taste our world-famous chicken pie that has been served in Southern California for 83 years. The Chicken Pie Shop of Walnut Creek has one of the most dynamic menus, plus a full bar. Pot pies, gourmet burgers, sandwiches, salads, flatbreads, and more. Don't forget, we still do takeout and delivery. For all the information, go to chickenpieshopwc.com. That's chickenpieshopwc.com.
The Oakland Athletics begin spring training on February 25th. Now's the time to make plans to catch us in Mesa, Arizona, and enjoy the sunshine with your family and friends. Buy your tickets early for the best seats at the lowest prices as your green and gold take on the Giants, Dodgers, Padres, Angels, and more at Hohokam Stadium.
And Tony, it's a deep drive to right in the corner. Gritchick going back. He'll turn and watch it fly.
Get your tickets at athletics.com/spring. That's athletics.com/spring.
Humanity has accomplished a whole lot so far. We created penicillin, the automobile, and the internet, not to mention drones, duct tape, and the hot dog. It's all thanks to the power of human connections. And Ring Central's here to make that even easier, more seamlessly and securely, on a platform built to grow your business. Say hello to a whole new way to say hello. Visit ringcentral.com and say hello to possibilities. Ring Central. Message, video, phone, together.
Some things just go together. Peanut butter and jelly, cookies and milk, Oakland and Kaiser Permanente. If that last one caught you off guard, it shouldn't, because Kaiser Permanente has been helping keep Oakland healthy since our very beginning. And as the official healthcare partner of the Oakland A's, that won't be changing anytime soon. Whatever you may need, you can trust Kaiser Permanente to help keep you feeling your best. Kaiser Permanente. Thrive. Visit kp.org today.
A's Cast Live continues from the town. Here's Chris Townsend.
Well, they said, can you guys get a star to show up? And we're like, well, I mean, you want what kind of star? You want a baseball star? You want a TV star? They said a TV star. Well, I mean, if you're going to get a TV star, you got to go with Glen Kuiper. I mean, you've been on TV pretty much your entire adult life.
Tony, your sense of humor is on point.
You've been on
today.
TV a long time.
Yeah, too long. Yes, it has been a long time. I started in 1992. That's really 92.
That's a long time on TV.
Gee, it is. And then now I have people come up to me and they're like, "Hey, look at this picture of you from 94. You don't have any gray hair." I'm like, "Yeah, whatever.
Thanks."
Yeah, I know. It was 104 years ago.
And you've done every team.
I have.
You've done all the colleges. You've done all the pro teams. You've done everything.
Yeah, a little bit of college, but the Sharks was super fun. I don't know. I want to say maybe 6 years. I did them, maybe
Warriors.
5. Yeah. Used to see you down there. It was
Yeah.
great. Warriors, maybe 4 or 5 years, which was fun. I mean, they weren't the team they are now, obviously, but it was a Baron Davis, and they were good, and they were exciting. They weren't winning championships, but and then a lot of stuff with the Giants before the A's swooped in and saved me.
You had a really cool role because it's like you got to float around to everybody, and you got to, you weren't stuck. You got to go where stuff was fun. Because I remember you did some Cal stuff, right?
Yeah,
you always
absolutely.
you always got to go where things were happening.
Yeah, you know what? And that was, you're right. That was, I look back on it, and it was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Right. We did the Cal magazine show, which was like a weekly, half hour, and stuff like that was fun. Went out to Cal once a week and talked to all the coaches, stuff like that.
Good Cal teams.
And you look back and you're like, yeah, that was pretty cool. But there was always a part of me that wanted to settle in with a team, especially a baseball team, because that's the sport I like the most. So it sort of got to do all that fun stuff, and then got to do what I really wanted to do, and that's be with one baseball team. And luckily it was the A's. So
I always like to highlight it because you never talk about it. I mean, you're a very humble guy. I think it's the Wisconsin roots, but you did play. I mean, everybody thinks about your brother and everybody thinks about your partners, but you did play college. You did play minor league baseball. You did play professionally.
Couple years. Yeah.
You never bring it up, but obviously you were very talented.
Well, I would like to be able to bring it up and back it up with some strong statistics.
That's overrated.
Which I don't really have.
I've made a career out of that.
There was a couple years. Yeah. 1985, I was with the Padres in Spokane, Washington, their short season team. 1986, I was with the St. Louis Cardinals. I was in Erie, Pennsylvania. So those were the 2 years. Had a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Minor league baseball is pretty fun. It's a grind, but it's fun. If you don't have fun, then you're just going to grind through it.
And there was no Twitter. There was no
nothing.
Instagram. There was no. So when these buses are going from town to town, you can just have fun.
Yeah, and you know what, too? You're also, you start thinking like, minor league baseball, lots of little cities but also some good cities. And if you get a chance to play minor league baseball, you hope you're in a good city because you're there all summer, right? And you kind of, you're like, okay, this is where I'm at. So Spokane was pretty fun. It's a decent sized city.
No doubt. Yeah.
And Erie, Pennsylvania was pretty fun. It's summertime right on the lake, so a couple of good towns that we really did have a lot of fun.
And those people love minor league baseball, right?
Great.
Because it's a part of their, we don't deal with seasons. Like I was playing golf yesterday. I needed sunscreen, right? We don't deal with seasons to where those people, minor league baseball is a part of their summers,
yes,
right?
No question about it. And they just go to the games because guys are different every year. So they don't fall in love with the players so much. They just, and maybe not even the team, but it's like you said, it's something fun to do in their town. Let's go to the game. Let's have a couple beers. Let's have a good time. Let's go, to the, what do they call it at San Jose Muni, down the third base line, right?
Oh,
the barbecue, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
what's the name of the barbecue?
Turkey Mike's.
Yeah, every minor league ballpark and city has something unique, and they're proud of that. And stuff like that is just super fun.
It's the only place, San Jose Muni, for San Jose Giant games where they have the beer batter. So they take a guy who has the worst batting average, they make him the beer batter, and if he strikes out, beers are half off. You'll see men throwing women and children to the side so they get in line in time for the beer batter.
Got to have your priorities straight. You
minor league baseball, my friend.
Right, that's right.
How's the offseason going for you? What happens? What goes on with you? Because we're used to seeing you every night.
Yeah, it's full shutdown. It really is. I mean, I just sort of shut it down. There's, we have 2 kids in high school, a lot going on there, busy, but yeah, I just kind of take it easy. And I try to explain to people, it's not normal and maybe not even healthy Like the baseball season, you're just go almost every day. And then last game, done. And your lifestyle completely changes. It's hard. It takes a couple of weeks to just kind of unwind and settle in. But so no, we don't do a lot, a few vacations here and there. Kids are busy. And it's kind of nice to wake up and go, I don't have to look at scoreboards, and I don't have to fill out a lineup card, and I don't have to do those things that in the summer you're just completely engulfed with. And it's great. It's
what
fun.
room
I love it.
am I in? Where's my hotel key?
Yeah, exactly. What city? Wait, what?
Yeah. I mean, it's such a crazy...
I forgot to write my hotel room number on my hand, which guys do, by the way.
Especially when you go out at night.
Yeah, thank you.
The thing that people don't realize, it's like most people never travel. Most people stay basically where they're born and raised, and they really don't do much. And it's still hard for me to believe that a lot of people who grow up in the center of the country never even see the ocean, to where this lifestyle is you go to every city all the time, every single year. So when someone says, oh, yeah, I know it's like to be to Baltimore, New York, Toronto.
Yeah.
I mean, you've been to every major city in the country.
Yeah. And
multiple times.
And you have to be careful you don't want to sound like you're taking advantage of it or you're sick of it or, because people are like, well, that must be cool. What is that place? Like, yeah, but we go there 3 times a year, so you have to be, you don't want to sound cynical because you're really not cynical.
You're not fired up to go to Arlington, Texas again?
Yeah, I like Texas ballpark. Yeah, but there's places that you don't really look forward to going to. I'm not going to name them because that's not fair to the cities, but that was an adjustment again this year to Townie as we traveled again.
Yeah.
So it went from really being home really for 2 years. Even a road game we did in the studio, you're home every night. And so that was a pretty big adjustment again to be
for
back
your
on the
wife
road.
Had to be like, get out, thank God.
Yeah, she was pretty happy about me being on the road. And I questioned her on that a couple times. I was like, I'm leaving tomorrow, and you seem really happy about that. No, I'm just kidding. But so that was an adjustment to travel that much again. It was great because doing a game from the studio, I mean, we did it. It was fine. But, you go to places where the atmosphere is great, and it's then you're like, yeah, you got to do a game from the ballpark. You can't do it from the studio. You feel it right away.
I got a lot of respect because when we started doing this show from the studios at NBC, it's from the studio, the Xfinity studio.
That's right.
That you guys were doing it from. And Cody and I'd be in here and I'd be like, man, like we're doing a talk show. I'm doing what I do. I'm like, I cannot imagine sitting here watching a game and trying to act like you're there and you feel it, right? I mean, the crack of the bat, the fans, and you're just in this little studio with lights on you. That had to be really, really tough. Speaking of traveling and going to Houston, you know what it's like to be down there. Not a lot of people are giving the Phillies a chance in this one.
Yeah. I'm probably not either, although I think they're really good and they're playing good, right? That's a great
they're hot.
I picked, if you saw at the end of the year, Dallas and we made our picks, MVP, Cy Young, and who's going to win it all. And we both picked the Astros. It helps that we saw them 19 times. We saw how good they are. They're really good. And there's just no area of weakness, right? Even in their lineup, every team is like, well, that's a little bit of a weakness. You can't find anything there with the Astros. And that's why I think they're going to win it. I don't think it's going to be a 4-game sweep. I think the Phillies will play well because they are playing well, but man, the Astros are they're really, really good. And you know what? The problem for all of us here in A's land is they've been good for a while and they're going to stay good because they make too many good decisions as an organization.
Yeah.
Player wise, if you look at who they've lost in the last 4 years and it hasn't bothered them at all. You're talking Springer and Correa and Greinke and Cole and
Morton.
Think about these names of these guys that they just, you know what? We're not going to sign you. And it doesn't bother. It doesn't hurt them. That's the sign to me of a really, really good organization.
Yeah, when I heard about that philosophy of going to certain places internationally and just carpet bombing, signing a bunch of guys at low rates, and just hope a couple of them work out.
Yeah.
And if they do, wow. And then all
Which
of a
is
sudden,
what they did with these
pitchers.
young Latin pitchers that the Astros have.
And a couple worked out, and now it's like, wow, it's genius.
Yep. Well,
and how about all the years? How about all the years where they people are saying, well, their farm system is rated 28th, 29th, and how'd that work out?
Thank you very much. You know what? What they say? Is he a prospect or is he a suspect?
Yeah.
Right? Until they get to the big leagues, you do not know how good players are. And I'm not downplaying the minor leagues. I'm not saying it doesn't make a difference, but really, you don't know till they get to the big leagues. And it's hard to judge two guys now in AAA with AAA numbers because you just don't know, right?
Oh yeah, you would have been
big AAA number. Oh,
you would hit 40 bombs at Vegas.
290.
I think about this like a fight. Like if the Astros are going to have a chance, they got to come out and they got to at least get a knockdown in one of these first two games.
Oh, absolutely. No,
because you can't go back to the bank. I don't care how rowdy he is. You can't go back 0-2.
Yeah, no, I mean that's fair, and that's what's so great about the World Series, because you start looking at the series, and like you're saying, got to win one of the first two on the road, and then you go home and you take 2 out of 3. We're talking about if you're the Phillies, so there's all these different thoughts you have in your mind, but I think you're absolutely right. Listen, you fall behind 2-0 to the Astros, they're going to finish you off. I think so. There's your mantra. If you're the Phillies, just win one in Houston and let's get back home and then try to win a series there. Try to win 2 out of 3. But I think the Phillies, I think it'll be a good series. I do. I'm saying Astros in 6. That's what I'm saying.
That's you're
fair?
You're giving Philly way more than anyone else.
Really? Yeah, I do.
I've only seen a couple. I agree.
I think they'll play well. They got
something going, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't see Philly going out as chumps.
No, I don't either. I mean, they have good pitching. You're going to get Wheeler maybe twice. Yeah, I agree with you. I think they will play well, put up a good fight, but Astros got too much going on.
All right, one of the great sports experiences I've ever had was going to Lambeau Field.
Yep.
And doing the Hall of Fame and the restaurant and the area around it. It's just, there is just something magical about that place. I'm so glad I went when I went because it was beautiful. I was in shorts the whole time.
That was like 3-4 years ago, right? Maybe?
Yeah, it was like 2019.
Okay. I remember when you went.
Early in the Raiders season, so the weather was beautiful, and you're standing there on the sidelines, and you're like, man, Vince Lombardi. The Hall of Fame inside the stadium, it feels like the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah.
The fact that you and your son are going, that's going to be like the father-son trip's going to be really cool.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it. I mean, as most people know, I'm from Wisconsin, so you don't – that's your team.
You have to be,
You
right?
have to be. Yeah, you don't really have a choice. So yeah, I mean, I've been a huge Packer fan since I was a kid. I can remember in the 70s, but they were bad. They just were not very good.
You remember the Lynn Dickey Packer days?
Yeah, losing 45-35, right? But I can remember watching games as a, like a 10-year-old or a 12-year-old, and just I would be so mad when they lost. Like my dad would just be like, "Son, it's just a game," and that would make it worse. It's not just a game; it's a Packer game, right?
Yeah.
So I am still pretty loyal. So yeah, I'm taking my son who's 18. He's going for the first time, so he's going to check out Lambeau. Just he and I, full boys trip. 16th, I think it's the 16th. Titans Thursday night, so it'll be a night game. Yeah, unfortunately, they kind of suck right now, which is disappointing. But whatever, we're going to have a good time, and so you know what we're getting into.
It's magical.
I'm going with my brother-in-law and my nephew, and it's going to be we're doing full tailgate, brats, grill, go get them,
and they
chips.
So we were there for a day game, and it was amazing as our buses were pulling out. All the barbecues were back going.
Yeah.
It's like an all like,
Oh yeah. Oh.
In Oakland, remember, the cops are getting you out.
Yeah. No.
Not there.
You tailgate after the game as well.
Full on.
Yeah.
Because it was like 2
Well,
hours
but you
after
know
the
what?
game.
Listen, I mean, you just put your grill by your car. Nobody bothers it. Just it's fine. Stay hot a little bit. Keep the brats maybe on there. Come back. Hey, still a bit hungry.
And there's that huge restaurant right across the street. It's like an old diner. And when we were there on Saturday, before the, because we did all the stuff, we did all that stuff on Saturday, Wisconsin was playing.
Oh, that's
so
good.
everybody in Green Bay is wearing red.
Yeah.
Because it's Badgers. Like everybody's in on the Badgers.
We're a unique group.
And then on Sunday, it's all packets. It's A's colors.
Yeah, that's
essentially.
right.
But it was like Badgers and Packers. It's no joke. It's real.
No, they Cheeseheads, they really like their teams, and they don't care if you make fun of them. That's what I like about my people. Like people are like, what the Cheesehead thing? Like, whatever. And they're like, yeah. It is weird.
And the
it's
nicest
ours.
people.
Yeah, they're great. They're
Not
great.
one person when I, because I'd walk the side, I'd follow the ball, right?
Yeah.
And I walked, and you go to Denver, Kansas City, people are throwing stuff at me, and all the things are screaming at me. Not one person, not one thing was said.
You probably got invited to a post-game tailgate.
Oh, they would take
Hey,
you
Raider
in.
guy, what are you doing after the game? They would too.
They were the nicest. Like
I know people who go to Packer games. Did you tailgate? No, we just walked around. We got a lot to eat. They just walk around, and people are like, "Hey, how you doing? Where are you from? Sheboygan?
Yeah,
come on in." And they invite you into the tailgate. So you could go there, and you don't have to set up your own tailgate. Just walk around, be friendly, and people will be like, within 5 minutes, they'll have their arm around you. You'll have an old style in your hand, and you'll have a brat. I mean, it's people just are nice. They're just nice, friendly people, and they don't get too worked up about anything. I always said about Lambeau, it's this great historic place, right?
No doubt.
But you were there. It's not, I never thought it was super intimidating for an opponent. I thought an opponent would be like, this is cool. I'm psyched to play her. It's not like ridiculously loud, right? It's not, it's cold, but teams go in there and beat them when it's cold. So I never thought that part of it was that intimidating. I thought I think opponents go in there and go, I'm going to win at Lambeau. This is a great place to win.
History.
Right? Yeah. So
history.
I just don't think it's like going to Seattle where it's really loud and it can affect you know, I don't think it's like that there.
It's like a monument.
Yeah.
And then like the guy gave us a tour and we caught up with the tours that they give.
Yeah.
There's people in there taking pictures at Aaron Rodgers' locker. Gears right there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like unbelievable.
Yep. It's pretty unique, I think. And all teams have great fan bases, right? It's just
Packers is pretty strong.
But it's a little bit. I'm an owner.
Yeah,
I'm an owner.
I saw the picture.
So if you want some inside scoop from an owner,
I saw the stockholders
they suck
meeting
right now. That's my inside scoop. Did you really?
Yes.
You were there?
So in the Hall of Fame, they got a picture of that. So half the stadium. So there's a million of you guys.
Oh yeah.
Who own stock in the? It's a publicly traded company, right?
Yes.
So they have every summer there's a stockholder meeting, and half the stadium was just these people. And the president of the Packers, back whoever he was at the time, was telling everybody what's going on.
Sure. Yeah. Well, yeah. They're
a stockholders
owners,
meeting.
Yeah. You can't cash out. So it's not a great investment.
It's like the mob. Once you're in, you're in.
It's like
you got to die to get out.
It's like it's 300. I think I paid $350 for my share, but it says right on it, cannot resell, cannot do anything. So you're out $350.
Can you pass it on?
I think you could probably pass it on. Yeah.
Stay in the family.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I have it somewhere. I don't remember where I put it.
Well, you're an owner,
but I am an owner. Yeah, so I can claim that.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I feel pretty good.
You have an NFL owner here, right here, right here.
Exactly.
NFL.
And it's not Dan Snyder.
No. Good. Well, you know what? Thank you for coming down. It means a lot. What do you think of the pie shop?
You know
or
what?
Restaurant?
I have heard of this place. I know you've talked about it a lot. I had this vision in my head that it was like a small place. You come in, 4 or 5 tables, and I was like, wait. And I said to Dallaire, our director of broadcast, I said, this is like a college bar. I feel like I'm in a college town, right?
Yeah.
And it's getting ready to go tomorrow because of game. That's what it feels like here. So it's a super cool place. I'm going to go order some. What should I get?
Get the traditional chicken pie that we've been serving in San Diego. I think it's 86 years now.
Okay. All right. So stay basic.
Don't
get crazy early.
All the pies are good. but you got to start with the original.
Okay. Yeah, I like to
And
keep
we're
it pretty
and this is our time of the year.
Okay.
Right? The fall, the winter is because it's comfort food.
Yeah, no, it's great.
For years, like these health magazines used to come in and see my dad.
Yeah.
And my dad is no longer with us, but they would come in. He was the pie guy, right? And they would come in and they'd be like, tell us about how healthy. He goes, there's not one healthy thing on this menu.
That's good. So
if you're looking for health, this is not your
spot.
What
I was thinking when I looked at this place, I was like, you know what? My son's a senior right over here at De La Salle. He and his buddies they're always like piling. Let's go somewhere. I was like, I'm going to tell them to come here. Absolutely.
And
they'd love it.
I'm like, we should be doing more A's parties here because this, I know it's not in Oakland, but with this, the Tri-Valley is call it, getting people from Dublin and Pleasanton and San Ramon. Walnut Creek's a good area to bring Concord, to get
Walnut
people.
Creek's terrific. I mean, the restaurants in Walnut Creek everywhere. So I'm psyched.
Thank you.
All right.
Enjoy
good seeing
the
you guys.
season.
Cody, good seeing you, buddy.
Who do we got? I don't even have my computer in front of me.
It's always a pleasure to see you. Enjoy Lambeau. Next guest isn't until 2:30 when Shooty Babitt appears.
Is Jessica Kleinschmidt going to start doing some stuff, or what's the deal?
Jess here. I thought I saw her.
Is she here?
I thought I saw her. Oh, she's right there.
She's there. She's here. Can she do? I mean, she just thinks she shows up and just
Cody. Uncle Ty, is he sounding a little older and grumpier?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
I am getting.
I think he's mad. I think he's mad. He wasn't.
My golf game's getting way better though as I get older. Yeah.
All right, we got to play. We got to play.
Yeah. Can you come down to my course?
You know what? I will. We'll get. We'll get Joe McCarthy. We'll come down and see you.
I want to play with Ack. I want to hear the stories.
Man.
I want to hear the old Indian minor league stories.
I'm telling you, it's the greatest hour of my week when my brother and him have coffee and I just sit there. It's unbelievable.
We're not talking big leagues. We're talking minor league
1972, Reno in 72.
I mean, Ray told us great stories about Reno, so I can only imagine.
Exactly. Yeah, you think about that.
Can you imagine Reno in 72 with these guys?
Oh, man. Yeah.
With nothing to lose.
I just sit there and I just listen. And then they work their way up to their big league stories in 75. And then it takes off from there. And then Eck gets into the stories when he comes to the A's, right? Which was like a rock star team.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Unbelievable. I love that man, Dennis Eckersley.
He's the best.
Love him. Love him.
Thank you for stopping by.
See you guys.
Come down and see us. We're at the Chicken Pie Shop in Walnut Creek. We're going to be here throughout 5 o'clock doing the show. And then, of course, we're going to be watching Game 1. Come down and see us here in Walnut Creek.
The Coliseum has gone by many names, but none better than the Last Dive Bar. Hi, everyone. Ken Korak here, and my friends at Last Dive Bar are helping us celebrate our longtime home. Last Dive Bar has the most unique merchandise for all Oakland baseball fans. T-shirts, sweatshirts, the Ray Fosse line, and my personal favorite, the lights have taken full effect. Visit their website at lastdivebar.com or follow them on social media at Last Dive Bar. All proceeds are invested back into the A's Community Fund and their affiliated charities. Go to lastdivebar.com. That's lastdivebar.com.
Oakland Athletics spring training is right around the corner, and you can be part of the excitement. Get your tickets now and plan ahead for a fun-filled trip to Mesa, Arizona this spring. Pack the sunscreen, bring your friends, pick up some ballpark classics, and watch your green and gold get ready for the regular season. Get your tickets today to see the Athletics take on the Giants, Padres, Cubs, Dodgers, and more. Tickets are on sale now at athletics.com/spring. That's athletics.com/spring.
Hitting the road with the family. On your way to nonstop adventures. No worries ahead, because you can stop at a Chevron station along the way. Get fuel for your car, fuel for your crew. That's Chevron with Techron for unbeatable mileage and snacks for all. Coffee for mom, chips for the kids, cold drinks for dad. For the road ahead. Toss in some laughs, out-of-tune singing, and a zillion "Are we there yet?" And you just made lifelong family memories. Chevron, together ahead.
The skipper, Mark Kotze, was on A's Cast Live and discussed his message to the club heading into the offseason.
I was loud and clear yesterday. We had a discussion about obviously what we've done this year, how we've grown, and the expectation level for next year in terms of the preparation, right? And it was built off yesterday's or the night before's game in terms of, just the transitional from the guys that are on the roster that won't be here, the guys in the room that should be here, and the guys in the room that need to continue this culture, and that's that grit, right? We talk about this long-term perseverance, this commitment to a goal, right? And it starts now, and it starts in their training for this offseason. So, like you said, no guaranteed contracts, 33 rookies, 64 players, I think, or more.
64.
And just the focus has to be, we're going to come out next year, we're going to continue to incrementally get better, but with the expectation to win.
To listen to the full interview and much more, go to athletics.com/A'sCast.
Coming in at 5'3", it's number one mom. She switched to Xfinity and got the all-new 3-for-1 bundle. Unlimited internet, streaming, and Xfinity Mobile. All for what you could pay wireless companies for just one 5G unlimited line. Boom shakalaka. Go to Xfinity.com/3-for-1, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. After 24 months, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
Unlock offers and receive exclusive in-game features by downloading the MLB Ballpark app for iPhone and Android today. Plus, get the latest information on game times, schedules, and more.
When Northern California businesses need some pop in their lineup, they call the bank rooted in the East Bay. Mechanics Bank. Since 1905, Mechanics Bank has been helping Bay Area and Northern California businesses find success and perform at the top of their game. See how they can make a difference in your business today. Call or stop by your local branch or visit mechanicsbank.com. Mechanics Bank, the official East Bay bank of the Oakland A's. Member FDIC and equal housing lender.
Like sports, business is about winning. Championship decisions are business decisions based on what it takes to help your company win. And that's why there's UBO Business Services, specializing in helping you win every day by streamlining workflows, managing documents, and providing the best-in-class office technology. Make your championship decision with UBO Business Services. Visit them at ubeo.com. That's ubeo.com.
Stephen Vogt stopped by A's Cast Live before his final game with the Green and Gold to discuss his relationship with the fans in Oakland.
This fan base means so much to me and my family, and I've gotten to know, half a dozen or a dozen of them on a personal level, and if not more. And they're so special. They're so supportive. They're loyal. I think the only thing I can put my finger on is I'm an average-looking guy that takes the field with energy, emotion, passion, and love for the game, no matter if we're the best team in baseball, the worst team in baseball, if I'm 0 for 32 or if I'm 32 for 32. I take the field with the same energy every single day, and I bring it. And there's nothing on this planet I love more than playing and winning Major League Baseball games. And I've been that way from the time I was a little kid. I've dreamed of playing in the major leagues from the time I was 2 years old, and I get to do it until almost my 38th birthday. And I'm so thankful for that, and I'll never take one day for granted. I'm going to take the field tomorrow with all the energy and passion you've ever seen, and I'm probably going to walk off of it with tears in my eyes, because what this game and what this place in Oakland has given me and my family, the opportunities that it provided, that I was fortunate to take and run with the support of my beautiful wife, Alyssa, our kids, my dad, and my whole family and friends and support system. And most importantly, the fans. You guys gave me energy to play every single time here. And I think that's why. It's green collar baseball. I know we're not supposed to use that hashtag anymore, but it's something that when I saw green collar, I'm like, man, that's me. I'm a punch the clock, get your work in, and take the field, and be blessed and be honored to take the field in the big leagues every single moment you get.
I believe it, Stephen Vogt!
Streaming from the East Bay, A's Cast Live continues with Chris Townsend.
Live from the Chicken Pie Shop in Walnut Creek. A's Cast Live as we're getting you ready for Game 1 of the World Series. Last dive bars here right behind us. Brian, come here, Brian White. Come here. Wait. Can we see Brian in the... There he is. So we got last night. We got giveaways that are going to be going on. We've got specials, you name it, happy hour. It's a party.
Even right field Will's here.
Right field Will's here. Say hello, right field Will's here. So we've got the gang here. We're having a good time as Game 1. I'm excited. I personally think this World Series is going to be better than you think. And it's really easy to say Astros in 4, Astros in 5. It's real easy. Is that hard?
I'm Astros in 4. They're sweeping. I'm putting on the record right now.
Do you want to put anything on it?
I said Bob Melvin and the Padres beat the Dodgers. You all laughed at me.
You also put actually something on that nobody would go 200 innings, and you owe me a steak dinner.
It's okay.
I'm
not willing to go double or nothing. No.
Okay. What are you? if you're going to have big bold predictions, then that means Townie's got to open up Townie's little bookie shop.
I heard AJ Hinch say
the bookie shop is open. You're saying sweep?
AJ Hinch.
I'm saying no way.
AJ Hinch said today on Buster Olney's podcast that he doesn't care about what anyone says. It's nowhere else is louder in baseball than when the roof's closed at Minute Maid Park. So they're going to win both games at home. And that's the former manager of the Astros. And then when you go into Philadelphia,
because God knows he's not a cheating liar.
And then you're going home to Philadelphia.
You say he's never cheated and lied?
Oh well, he did. Remember
AJ Hinch, you Stanford fraud.
Remember he backpedaled better than some quarterbacks in the NFL.
Yeah, you remember? And I struck your ass out too at Sunken Diamond
when they were number 2, right?
Yes, they were number 2 in the country when I did beat Stanford. That is correct. Back in 1995. Check it. It's in the books. I don't think they're going to sweep. I would like to have a little friendly wager. I would like to have a friendly wager since I mean you got to put something on.
I don't know if I'm willing to do it.
Really?
We didn't do anything with me saying the Padres were going to beat the Dodgers.
Well, you didn't offer. I said Townie's little bookie shop is open.
Yeah,
when the bookie shop is open, it's ready to rock.
Not willing to do it.
Okay. All right.
But you will get 1,000 texts if they do sweep in 4 games, though.
Yeah. That's all. Yeah. And if like the Phillies win tonight, it'll just be like, God, Cody hasn't texted me in days. Okay, position by position. Now, I find some of these interesting, right? But right out of the gate, where do we want to start? We want to start catcher? All right, we'll start catcher. Right out of the gate, to me, it's real easy to go Real Muto. Real Muto is your state-of-the-art catcher, right? Highly offensive, highly athletic, can throw. He can do it all. All-star. Real Muto is the real deal. So you immediately would go advantage Phillies. I would agree with that. But the difference for the Astros is the fact that their catchers, they don't need offense. So if they get any offense and they get the game calling skills that come with Vasquez and Maldonado, look at the way Maldonado handles Verlander. If they get, that's one of the reasons why their staff is so good, is their catchers are so good and they're so cerebral. So, I mean, if Houston throws the ball well and you get any type of offense from the catchers of the Astros, what would Real Muto have to hit to be more valuable than that? You're saying, can a catcher's offense be more valuable than the way these catchers on the opposing team handle the entire staff, which has been impeccable, and give you a little bit of offense? I mean, how good would Real Muto have to be to really say advantage Phillies?
Well, I'll give you this real quick. Martin Maldonado in the World Series is a 250 hitter in his career. So there's that. He's a little above that. I mean, he's not hitting 190 like he did during the regular season or whatever it was, but it was bad. we saw how good JT Realmuto was this year. He was a 2020 guy as a catcher. Only one other catcher's ever done that. Who am I?
2020 catcher? Ugh. I wouldn't say it, but Biggio didn't catch long enough. Who's it? It's got to be a modern day guy.
That was around that same time frame as Biggio.
2020. Oh, Jason Kendall.
No. The answer is Pudge Rodriguez. Pudge is the guy. Oh, he's a Hall of Famer. So Realmuto has been good for the Phillies, but you're right about Maldonado, the way he handled that. They have he has the best catcher's ERA in all of baseball. It's under 3. And Sarah Langs, our good friend from MLB.com, did a comparison on Twitter that the Astros pitching staff altogether, starters and relievers, is like peak Pedro Martinez. That's how good they are.
So that's where I get back to, if they call the games that they do and they get a little bit of offense, it's really hard just to go chalk and say Gurriel's the advantage here. But, I mean, not Gurriel, Realmuto. But we'll give advantage Phillies. First base, you're going up Gurriel, 38 years old, which just floored me. I couldn't believe.
Won the batting title last year.
Against he's 38. Against Hoskins, who, by the way, is a butcher. The guy, you can't find a position for him. The glove is not his friend, but he swings it.
Yeah.
He absolutely swings it. So Gurriel, Hoskins, right now, with the way they're playing, that's going to be kind of the theme to this too. Because when MLB did this, let's look at position by position, as we always do for these types of series, they immediately are just looking at careers. Careers don't matter. It's what are you doing now? Rhys Hoskins, to me, is the advantage for the Phillies. I'm giving you catcher and first base out of the gate for the Fighting Phils.
For me, it's tough because Gurriel's a 266 career hitter in the World Series.
What does that matter?
Because he steps up in the biggest moments.
It's about right now.
I'm sorry. Right now, I mean, I like Hoskins, but I'll take Gurriel.
I'm going Vantage Phillies the first
The
two.
second base one's going to be interesting for us.
Not at all. Second base. Go ahead. You're let me go get my notes on Jose Altuve this postseason.
Yeah, he's hitting
as you're going to go give me the same, because right now you're going to be talking out both sides of your mouth then, because you just went career in the World Series for Gurriel.
Same thing with, when we say he's hitting 0.094 this postseason, that is Jose Altuve. World Series, he's a 255 career hitter, 4 home runs. The guy is also a decent player in the World Series. It's a big stage. These guys haven't been. Gene Segura had the longest active streak of never being in the postseason for a player. And yeah, he's having a decent. What's he hitting? 257 right now in the postseason.
He's hitting. Do you know what Altuve is?
Yeah, 0.94.
3 for 32.
Yeah,
and 2 of those came in the last game against the Yankees when the game was in doubt and they were off the end of the bat.
And if he had 2 hits in that game, what it means that could be a carryover into the World Series. What if he gets hot?
So we're just gonna say we're basing what's happening right now in a human's life based off his career and stuff that happened years ago when his batting stance was different. Because I don't know if you watch this, but let me tell you what's going on. Jose Altuve steps out. So when he's hitting, Jose Altuve steps away from the plate. Why would you step away from the plate?
Now I'm confused. I'm not confused.
As a hitter, home plate's there.
Yeah.
Hitters will crowd home plate. A pitcher will evaluate a hitter off a lot of the things that he does physically in his setup. Are you up in the box? You back in the box? Are you in on the plate? Are you back on the plate? Why would I be stepping back from the plate? Why would I do that as a hitter?
Try to get. If I had to think about it, because I was a terrible hitter in high school.
There's a reason. Everything in sports, there's a reason why people do things they do. Like in golf, if a guy tees off on the right side where, there's the 2 pegs in the ground, right? You got to tee off in between. If a guy tees off from the right side, that means he plays a fade. If a guy tees off on the left side, that means he plays a draw. If a guy hangs out at the 3-point line all the time in basketball and he hangs out in a certain area, guess what? He's a 3-point shooter.
Yeah.
Right? Human beings go to where they're comfortable and how they feel. So a hitter that crowds the plate is telling you, I like the ball inside. I'm daring you to throw me inside. My weakness that I'm trying to cover is outside. That's why I'm standing on home plate. Challenge me, and I really don't want it outside. But if you do, I'm going to be up on the plate, and I can cover it. Altuve is back because he doesn't like the ball inside. So for him to be able to catch up on it, he wants to be as far away from the plate. He's got the big high leg kick, and he's able to cover the outside in the past. He's not right now. And what you're seeing from him, he's not high leg kicking and then putting it straight down. He's diving back into the plate because right now they're hammering him outside. They've stayed away on the inside. You remember that famous home run against Aroldis Chapman, the walk-off?
Yeah.
That was an inside. He's hunting inside when he stands back because he doesn't like it inside. He feels he can catch up if he's back. He can ambush it.
Well, that was something I read about the Mariners is they were pitching him high and inside a lot with sinkers, and that's why he was that's why he went hitless in that series and majority of the series against the Yankees. But the sinker up and in was he was struggling against. I saw the breakdown. It was
a sinker can't be up and in.
Well, that's what the article said.
Well, sinker is sinking.
Yeah,
so
I know.
It can't be up and
so
in.
then, I mean, they said they were calling it a sinker up and in.
You can't drop a ball up and in. It's still it could be a moving fastball, but it can't be sinking if it's up. It's got to be going down.
I don't think I can find that. That article is from the Mariners series. Let me see if I can
You
find
understand
it.
what I'm saying?
Yeah,
right?
I do. Yeah. But it was weird that's the way they.
Unless you're like throwing it like above his head and it's sinking down into his hands. But that's his problem. So knowing that he's struggling, you're going to go Altuve just based off, even though he's in the worst slump of his career.
Track record, yeah. He's a 300 hitter during the regular season.
He's
if he gets
awful right now.
If he gets out of the slump, though, he's a streaky hitter.
But if he doesn't,
well, then they're in trouble. No, I wouldn't say they're in trouble, but
so we're going to base it off not right now.
I'll take.
So is everything going to be track record? Then there's no point of even looking at
the
the article.
No, it's not. No.
Well, because we're going to be by track record.
I'll take Bregman just because I think Bregman's having a better postseason than Alec Boehm.
Bregman's hot.
Yeah. He's also one of the best postseason third basemen we've ever seen. What shortstop will be Bryson Stott? Okay. Stott versus Pena. Probably Pena. He's having a really nice postseason in his first postseason.
There would be he just won the ALCS MVP.
Yeah.
So going the left side for the Astros is not going chalk. You're going guys that are hot. Let's go outfield. The one that I think is fascinating is Schwarber versus Alvarez.
Yes, that one, because you look at the rest of the outfield, the center field, you're not getting a lot of production really from the Phillies.
That's defense.
And same with the Astros. Right field, no, everyone always sleeps on Kyle Tucker when we're talking about players on the Astros, but but Schwarber versus Alvarez. I mean, Schwarber's having a night.
Tucker is a far better player all around than Castellanos.
Oh, yeah.
But Castellanos can bring the wood. We'll see. But left field is because overall, Yordan Alvarez is a much better complete hitter. Guy's going to finish third in the MVP balloting. And if he wasn't going if he was, I don't even know if it's that. I think he's going up against a guy who just hit 62 home runs in New York, and the other guy's in Southern California in a big market who's pitching and hitting.
Yeah. And Alvarez also missed some time, so he didn't get to 100 RBI. But if he didn't miss time, he would be well over the 100 RBI mark.
So, but Schwarber led the league in jacks in the National League with 46.
And he was still 16 behind Aaron Judge, which is just wild.
So it's like, I don't know. You're going to have to give the advantage to Alvarez. It might be the most interesting matchup if you actually look at saying, okay, who's going to be better? It's going to be interesting because Schwarber's got the thump. Alvarez has the thump. Alvarez is a better hitter, but Schwarber, track record, Schwarber's been there and won a World Series title.
That's true. But Alvarez has played in the World Series also.
Has he won?
No.
Well, I got a guy.
Hey, well, Schwarber hasn't played in there in 6 years. This is year 6.
No. You said his track record. Doesn't matter what year. It could have been. He could have been 20 years old at the time.
I found that article. Look what it says. The key to shutting down Altuve, the up and in sinker.
How can you up and in sink a baseball? Shooty, is there an up and in sinker? See, that is the difference between the fantasy football, and football and baseball guy looking at an article and believing everything he reads, and a professional scout like Shooty Babitt who just said.
The only thing I can think of is.
But you were reading it like it was gospel.
Yeah, well, the only thing I can think of is a force.
But I have one of the top scouts in baseball who goes, no.
Yeah, so I don't know where they got that from then.
But when I said it, you didn't even believe me.
I just scoffed at it.
Yeah, he scoffed at it.
We needed an expert
Shooty.
opinion.
Oh. Look how that worked. Can I get Shooty Babitt in here, please?
Go ahead and slide down.
Have him go. I'll be here. That's fine. I say it all the time. He's one of the top scouts in all of baseball. Not only is he one of the top scouts in all of baseball, I believe he's the guy that got Zach Wheeler to the Mets, if I remember back in the day. Is that correct?
What's up, Tony?
How are you?
Man, it's so good to be here. Just a beautiful day in the Bay Area.
What do you think of the pie shop, by the way?
I am just blown away. It's a beautiful restaurant. The atmosphere is incredible. I can't wait to take home one of those chicken pies. Glen Kuiper's on his way with a big bag. I've been around the country, and there are a lot of people who consider themselves having good chicken pie. When you were coming up my age, I grew up on Swanson's chicken pie. I know that's imitation stuff, but looky here. You had to eat what you had to eat. But it's great to be here, Tony. Thanks for having me. This is a wonderful venue. It's such a great day in the Bay Area, man. I'm so blessed today. I don't have any pain. My back is good. Had a good workout. I chipped and putt yesterday. I'm getting ready for you. So looking forward to teeing it up the next time.
That is interesting because I think about you every day. I just had my third golf lesson yesterday. I told you I was going to get some lessons just to sharpen the iron here. I had my third one yesterday. I can't wait for us to get out.
Likewise.
I think we're getting better as we get older.
No question. I think the key to getting better is just practice, 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 practice. You'd be surprised at my age, as long as I've been attempting to play golf, every time I go out and practice, I learn something different. And like, man, why did it take me so long? So it's a great sport. It's you against the course. It's giving you an opportunity just to grind for about 5 hours and impress yourself. Do a lot of things to yourself. Test your fortitude, your confidence, your patience, because it's a patient sport. But I enjoy it, and we love to compete out there, man. So I'm looking forward to some of your new tricks you're learning.
I think about someone like yourself. You spent a career finding guys to play in this moment. I mean, think about that. That, in the end, has been your job, is to find guys that can help you win a World Series.
It's been an amazing run for me. My scouting career started in 1994. I've been grinding in a family business. My father had a tune-up and brake service towing business. I had been working in it for about 7 years. After my playing career, I had become a mechanic, tow truck driver, service rider, you name it, I did it in a family business. But baseball was always in my heart. Some of my customers were scouts that went up to Cal games, and they'd come down and talk baseball with me while they dropped their cars off and picked them up. We talked baseball, and an opportunity presented itself for me to get back in the game. And I was so fortunate to get my first opportunity with the Atlanta Braves because they were so built on scouting and player development. The group of guys, it was just one big group that were all on the same accord. We'd have a softball game, and when we come in, we'd have T-shirts, and on the front it would say who signed these guys, and on the back it said, hey, they could play when we sent them here. And it was just that kind of cohesion, and we believed in tools, we believed in skill, we believed in makeup. And if you could get them all together, by the time they mature, they could come along and be something very good. So that was a great foundation for me. Went to the World Series, got a chance to advance scout, advance the Seattle Mariners. Edgar Martinez, one of the greatest right-hand hitters ever, trying to figure out how do you get a guy like this out that has plate coverage from head to toe, from quad to quad, and to be able to put your name on it and present a presentation to your organization about this is how we have a chance. And so I tip my hats to all the scouts that have been out there this year, getting an opportunity to advance scout and live baseball at the highest level as an executive and a scout, because this is what you live for right now. And it's no secret that these two teams are in the World Series because they're two of the most talented teams that have persevered, if you will, for so many different ways and different things that have gotten him to the World Series. And man, I've got 4 rings. Every team I've been with, we've been to the World Series. So I'm holding out hope here for my hometown Oakland A's. The one thing that we had in common in all 3 of the team organizations that I worked for was the number 1 and number 2 starter, Tony. And that's what the interesting matchup is going to be here, because I truly feel that Houston they definitely have the best bullpen. But when you talk about Nola, who's capable of pitching like a number 1, and if his Wheeler is strong and he can continue to pitch the way that he has, it's going to be a great matchup.
That's where I like the puncher's chance for the Phillies. I think with these two guys, if they can get one in Houston and get it back to the bank where it's going to be rowdy in Philly, it's going to be really cold. It's a whole different. You're going back to Philly, different deal. There's no roof over your head, right? This is going to be a raucous crowd, but they got to get one in Houston. They can't go back to Philly down 0-2.
Well, I think the one thing that Philly can't afford to do is get hit on the chin. And the Astros have guys that hit you on the chin and knock you out. Ask the Seattle Mariners. Alvarez is big swing, Sonny. You've got Bregman over there. I mean, you've got guys that are capable of doing some serious damage. They haven't hit for a lot of average. Altuve still haven't performed. Tucker has been outstanding, but he's still hitting 220 or something like that. But these are guys that have provided big swings. This time of the year, this is where the big stars perform. This is where the big swings happen and win games. If I'm Dusty Baker, I don't let Harper beat me, and I don't let Schwarber beat me. Now, don't get it twisted in your head that they don't have other scrappers on there, because guys like Gene Segura, guy that I have loved ever since he was running around over there with Alberto Callaspo and the shortstop that was over there that played for the Angels. For what's the shortstop that played for Anaheim with Callaspo next to him, Gloss and those guys over there, right-hand hitter, switch hitter. But anyway, outstanding player. But it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting, Tony. It's going to be so interesting because these are two teams that are riding a high wave. The Houston Astros are 7-0 in the postseason. I mean, as a fan, as a friend, I'm pulling for Dusty to go 11-0 and do something that no man of his character and where he's come from has ever done. So on a personal level, I can't help but pull for Dusty Baker. I don't have any stake in the game here. My Oakland A's team has been at home crying and wiping tears for the last couple of weeks. So, but
you know that Ibar?
Oh, Eric Ibar. Oh, man, I love me some Eric Ibar. So those are the kind of players that they have over there. And they're riding momentum, man. You know they're dangerous.
Yeah.
The one thing they talk about is that momentum. And for them to be all 5 days or 6 days, I mean, now you've got a chance to get caught up in all the media circuit and everything else. When I look at Houston, this is a team with experience. They've been there. They know how to prepare. They know how to get ready for this big moment. Maybe Philly don't know any better. But that's why it makes it so great, because you've got two different teams that are both capable of winning this thing.
And they're kind of built, when you look at styles, you look at the people who run, the franchise, Dave Dombrowski. I make this point all the time. He was the first GM I ever interviewed back when he was with the Marlins. I was so nervous, and he's the nicest man. He's got it's a scouting background versus Houston wants to get less scouts, right? More video, less scouts. So it's like you got two clashes coming here of two different styles of how they're built and really how they're run and how they do their business.
They've always said, don't hate, congratulate. And when you look at Dave Dombrowski, wherever he's gone, he's fixed a bad situation and turned it into a winning situation. There is no one in baseball that said that the Philadelphia Phillies was a team that you were going to have to contend with to keep them from getting into the World Series, especially when you had Atlanta, the defending champions, the New York Mets and everything that they did. I mean, the owner opened up his pocketbook and said, go in there and get whatever you need to get whatever you want. And still, they couldn't stop a Philadelphia Philly team. So mojo and all that kind of stuff. But Dave Dombrowski had a plan. He traded a guy. He goes out and get Brandon Marsh, a guy who I can't understand how the Anaheim Angels could give up. I mean, this dude checked all the boxes. He's a savage. He plays the game the way that you want the game to be played, and it's infectious on the rest of the team. You may not see the numbers, but man, oh man, and I look over there and you got Joe Odell who's swinging at everything and can't make contact. So I don't know, maybe the numbers say something differently. But I'm looking forward to watching this World Series because just so many storylines, so many different things that are happening, and a lot of things that are going to be talked about. So it's going to be an interesting 7. I don't know. What do you think? 6 games, 7 games?
I'm going Phillies in 6.
Is that with your heart or is that with your knowledge?
I'm going Phillies in 6. By the way, I took the Phillies the whole way. I've been on the Phillies bandwagon now for a while. I had to pick a team. Once the A's were out, we had to pick 2 teams. I picked the Guardians and the American League. I took the Phillies and the National League. I'm not going chalk, and they've rewarded me all the way to that. How can I not go with that horse that brought me here?
Hey, you got to ride the puppy that dragged you up in here. Hey, Townie, is this cucumber water?
Yeah,
man,
you like that?
This is the best water. Man, even
Chicken
if you don't,
pie shop at Walnut Creek. I've been trying to tell all you people.
man, if you don't even want soup, you better come down here and get some of this water.
We played the spots in the games. I've been trying to tell everybody, except if you're in Walnut Creek. I mean, all the way down San Ramon, Alamo, Pleasanton, Concord. Come down. It's a great spot. You're going to love the food.
Man, my chocolate skin even feel better after drinking this water, Tony.
Oh, so it's like you're at a spa.
I'm telling you, man. I'm looking for somebody to put something over my eyes, man.
Get back to, like I said, weren't you part of Giants, Mets, Wheeler back in the day?
Yeah, that was with Carlos Beltran. That's the way that the ball bounces. I mean, you look at Rafael Montero, who is just blowing and commanding 4 pitchers. And I didn't even realize it was the same Montero that we had good fastball, could move the ball both ways. But what really separated him from other guys is that he could sink the ball and he could keep the ball down in the zone. But sometimes environment, a different message, a different person saying it, the presentation, things are different. And that's why I love the fact that I see some of the older managers having success, the Dusty Bakers of the world, to see Showalter be able to go over there and restore order, because I strongly feel like this is still a game where you have men teaching young men how to become a man. And I think the message from someone who has dirt on their shoes from coming down that road that they're going down resonates a little more. I know when I was coming up, someone that had played, or my coach and my manager, they had presence, and it was almost like it was disrespectful not to make sure that you heard everything that they were saying and gave them that due respect. So I think a lot to be said. I mean, like in times now, guys can talk all they want about having a game plan and having numbers and prepared to do this and do that. But boy, when you get in that box, man, the last thing that a hitter or a pitcher is thinking about on that slab is what happened before. All he's thinking about is what is happening right now. Can I execute this pitch? Can I locate this ball? I cannot make a mistake. Every pitch could be the difference of us getting hardware or not. So throw all that stuff out the window. It's mano y mano. Let's get it on. And that's why from the first pitch to the last pitch, man, this is going to be an exciting World Series.
Speaking of game plan, you know what Mike Tyson always said, right?
Yeah, he said, you have one until you get hit.
Everybody's got a game plan until they get hit in the face. And isn't that true? Like, you could be out there, you could be like, oh man, Verlander's, and all of a sudden a guy pops a 2-run shot, and you're like, wait a minute, this is a whole different ball game.
Did you see him when he got hit by Buster Douglas? He was trying to put his mouthpiece in. He was knocked out
in Tokyo. I'll never forget that. Like no one, no one even saw it because no one believed that no one was going to pay to watch Buster Douglas take on Mike Tyson.
Oh, a little too much sake for Mike over there, man.
He got well.
He got socked.
You got Dusty Baker. You know, if they win, there'll be more talked about this. It just, let's face it, everybody still hates the Astros. They needed somebody to come in and handle the dumpster fire. It was a dumpster fire. I'll never forget that spring training. So the penalties come down, the fines come down, the draft picks are taken away. They're down there wherever they train in Florida. Kissimmee or something like that.
Yeah,
Is that right?
Kissimmee, yep.
And Jim Crane comes out, the owner. He gives some BS speech. Altuve and Bregman come out. They look so uncomfortable. No one's really apologizing. And then it's like, here's Dusty Baker. And then everybody's like, well, we like Dusty. So somebody had to be, as you said, not just some dirt. I mean, some old dirt on his shoes to come in. He's likable. He's really loved. There was something about bringing Dusty Baker in that just helped diffuse. The dumpster was still there. The fire was out. They had to crawl out of the dumpster, but just what he has done with them to keep them respectable, keep them great. And now if they win a World Series, they're not going to forget the cheating scandal, but it'll be a redemption thing for them, no question. But I think a lot of that is because of what Dusty's been able to do for them mentally.
Absolutely. I love Dusty Baker. He is a super go-to person who I trust tremendously. I call him the second most. He's the second most interesting guy in the world behind the Dos Equis guy.
The Dos Equis guy?
We can't take it away from the Dos Equis guy.
He's the king.
He's the king. But right now, just talk to the players who have played for Ducky, that have been in the clubhouse, that have been around him. Talk to Jose Altuve and how he's able to go out there with his head up every day and battle, not complain, not cry to the press about the overwhelming amount of poor choice and taste that some of the fans have used against him every single game. But because of the man that Dusty is, for what he represents, the people around him, who have you ever talked to that has something negative to say about him other than he stayed with his veterans too long? Well, you know what? They earn the right to be tested and get the opportunity because they always said experience was paramount. So it's just like that guy in that simulator that never failed a test, but that guy that may never went to school that flew a plane and he'd been through turmoil and turbulence and everything else, but never lost a passenger. Which guy you want to go on in the foxhole with? So Dusty's the people's man. To be able to go in there and do what he did, because that, besides the shoeless Joe Jackson or the Black Sox scandal and all those type of things, that was one of the biggest black eyes in baseball. To think somebody's cheating and then to get caught after they won and all of that, and to restore trust, to get people to trust in that franchise and wash that away. Anybody without fault, stand up right now and clap and applaud yourself. You know, we've all made some mistakes in our life that we wish we can go back and do all over again. But one thing about this life, if it's not tragic, we get a second chance sometimes. So I'm happy for people like Jose Altuve, who's able to go out there and hold his head up. I like to sit back and hear the people around you and how they talk about you. You know, I remember I probably have said this before, getting this business, getting started, I never know which direction I was going, if I was doing the right thing, if I was talking too much, if I wasn't saying enough, or whatever the case may be. And Mr. George Devine, and I asked him, I said, Mr. Devine, how do I know that I'm doing the right thing? He said, Shooty, if they ask you to come back. And it was simple as that, because you cannot withstand, you cannot sustain. If you're not working hard, you can't lie to the camera, you can't fake the people. We got some knowledgeable fans that will shoot holes in BS all day long. So you got to be sincere to this. Dusty Baker is the godfather for us, for African Americans in the baseball world. He is the godfather because he stands for everything that we want to be about. And what we're trying to do is represent this game and represent our people in a professional way. And I'd love nothing more for him to, for everything that he does on the field. People have no idea the things that he does off the field as far as charitable causes and helping folk and all of that kind of stuff. He didn't want the credit. He just go out and does it, man. So we're fortunate to have had him in the Bay Area, the A's. He worked for the A's. He worked for the Giants. And I know a lot of people feel the same way that I do. And I'm just fortunate and blessed to can be able to consider him a friend.
Did you ever ask anybody if your suit game was strong enough?
My mom started me off early, Tony, but you've given me some accreditation. You've given me some that you received the email, let me know. People will tell you. My mom used to dress me down going to church, man. I had uncles who dressed. I grew up in Berkeley, and there was a sartorial splendor among young men there that it was just a style. And I guess it was our culture, Friday, Saturday night, the folks in the hood would get G'd up. They'd go party, they'd have a good time. Church, you dress to the boot. And that's the way that I was raised. But when I first started scouting, the guy who gave me my first opportunity to scout Dave Wilder, he said, Bab, he said, you don't let them outwork you. You don't let them out scout you, and you don't let them out dress you. And so I've been trying to uphold that. I don't get to work late. I get there early, and ain't no league bigger than this one right here. We talking about 5 million downloads right here. Okay, so
right here.
I don't take it for granted. I've been to Springfield, Missouri, no pun intended. I've been to Little Rock, Arkansas. I've been to you name it, I've been there. Ain't no league bigger than this one. So
I tell my kids all the time, don't be late. Like there's one thing you cannot do, and you learn this in our business, because in our business, if you're late, the show already started. Like, you don't be late. I don't care. I don't care what. Just do not. And that's something for all young kids. If you're listening, if you're watching, got to be on time. Be early. Always be early. Being on time. Who was the old Tom Coughlin, the old Giants coach for the New York Football Giants, would say if you're on time, you're late. Always be early. Always be on time.
I couldn't afford to be late, Tony, growing up. Being challenged in sports. Because, it's a physical world in that game of sports, and people push around. You got to be aggressive. You got to be one step ahead. Growing up in the hood, you can sit there and let your plate sit on the table long if you want to. You may come back and don't get nothing to eat. So when mama say dinner ready, we knew we was pushing folks down trying to get to the table. So, no, it's a lot to be said about being on time, man, and you're sending a valuable message. It says a lot about you. Punctuality is a very important trait to have. Why not be early? Nothing worse than being late, trying to catch a plane, sweating, clothes sweated all out, worried, man. Come on, be on time.
All right, just a couple baseball things I want to get your opinion on because we value it so much. We'll start with Texas, and Bruce Bochy's back. When you heard that move, what were your thoughts?
I had different thoughts until they said he was 67 years old. And I just thought, because of what he's gone through those last year in the Giants, to be able to win the amount of World Series that they did and have success, physical and mental, I mean, that's, they talk about Klay Thompson and all that kind of stuff. To do what they've been able to do in that short period of time is wear and tear. And when he walked away, I kind of thought that, hey, he did it his way. He wanted to go out. He was tired, man. But some people just live it and love it and dream it and sweat it. The opportunity to do what he's doing, only 30 in the world, manage Major League Baseball teams. And he's going to be a Hall of Famer. He's very good at it. being at home a couple of years, you don't have kids anymore. You know, it's I can see it. I never try to judge or criticize someone else's movement in life because their destination is going to depend on the way that they got there. If he's happy, I'm ecstatic. I know the Texas Rangers are an organization that's a few moves away. They spent a lot of money last year investing in 2 top middle infielders. They've got some young players that are on the come. They've got some young pitchers, some starting pitchers that are on the come. It's going to be interesting to see how some of the players develop. And when you get a presence like Bruce Bochy, the attention span goes up. Josh Daniels was removed from his position this year, so I guess the message would be different. So it's going to be interesting, but it'll be great for baseball, and I'm happy for Bochy. If that's what he wants to do, then God bless him.
Aaron Judge, not in a Yankee uniform, leaving the biggest stage. As I say, leaving Broadway. The biggest performer leaving the biggest stage. Do you buy it?
Literally and figuratively. Wow. Wouldn't you just love to be Aaron Judge? 6'7", caramel colored, chiseled, $500 million smile, and the world's biggest markets fighting over you.
Almost, what's he like, 275 or something like
and
that?
play center field. I mean, are you
He's a
kidding?
monster.
He was an outstanding basketball player. I think he was a quarterback, if I'm not mistaken. But wouldn't you just like to be him? First of all, every player that puts the professional uniform on at one time dreams about what it would be like to play for the Yankees, to put the pinstripes on. Because in my opinion, once you've done that, there's not much left to do as far other than winning. But he's done that. He's a California guy. He can come to San Francisco. The Giants have already said they're not going to let money be the reason why he doesn't. The Dodgers say they're not going to be outspent. So if he's about paper or is he about position, where does he want to be? But the world is his. I'm happy for him. You put yourself in a position. These guys don't always turn out like this. These number 1 draft pick, he wasn't the 1-1 in the draft. I mean, there were guys that were picked before Aaron Judge for the simple fact that he was something that you had not seen before on the baseball field. And so for him to be all of that and some, man, where do I think he'll end up? Man, how could the Yankees let him go?
I'm just saying this. At some point, we all won't be here. But your legacy will be.
Absolutely.
And I just know if it was me, I would want my legacy, that it's not a tombstone, but that monument where you got Babe Ruth and you got Lou Gehrig and you got DiMaggio and you got Mantle and you got Reggie Jackson and you got Derek Jeter and you got
Thurman Munson and Craig Nettles and Oscar Gamble and Don Mattingly and Goose Gossage and come on, man.
Whitey Ford.
Man, come on, bro.
Wouldn't you want your monument to be out there?
Where did I say? Where else is it to play if you've done it there?
Or do you want to be on the Giants wall that's outside McCovey Cove next to Joe Panic?
Well, the one thing that hey, Joe Panic was a good player.
You get what I'm saying, right? You want to be next to Babe Ruth or Robbie Thompson. Let's be honest.
Hey.
You want Lou Gehrig or Will Clark? I mean, come on. Are you kidding me? Marvin Bernard or Whitey Ford? Who do you want to be next to?
Well, and then he's got to also think, okay, say if the Giants did go out and spend his money, what are they going to have to build around him? Being in New York, every year they're going to try and spend and do whatever they can to possibly give them opportunity to win. So, come on, man. New York is Broadway, box office, you name it. It don't get any better
As
than
a
that.
scout,
Yes.
and this is coming from, I'm a YouTube scout. I say if a guy wants to leave the biggest stage, that worries me, especially when you're having great success. It's one thing if you're failing. When you just have your biggest year, you're balling, you're in your prime, you want to leave the biggest stage, that from a mental standpoint would scare me.
Not for me. And from everything that what I've been told and what I've heard about Aaron Judge, he's a very well-grounded guy. He's a family-oriented kid. All the glitz and glam, is not what drives him. Some people like to live on a country-style flat, on a ranch-style pad, away from everybody else and have millions and zillions. Some people want to be in high-story, high tower, living on Broadway in New York City and in the middle of everything. And I just think that he's a laid-back kind of guy and just enjoys playing the game. They talk about the great teammate he is. And one thing I look at, Tony, is how he handled that situation. Still haven't made any excuses. You think about guys who go to the All-Star game and they get in a home run contest and their swings are jacked up after they come back. And some of them, it take them all the rest of the season to get right, or their second halves are not as good as the first half. Aaron Judge was trying to catch and pass one of the most storied records in the history of our sport. And they weren't laying it up in there. And every day, everybody's complaining. And when is he going to do it? Why is he swinging out the zone? Why does his swing look like that? Ba, 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 ba. Man, do you know how hard it is to do something? No, we don't have any idea what he was going through. And the way that he handled it professionally, he's never made an excuse. And I just give a lot of props, man. It's a lot of pressure, man. And in New York, I mean, it doesn't get any more difficult anywhere in the country when it comes to that media and the press and the expectations. I've been with the Mets. Okay, I was there for 12 years. One of the first things they asked before acquiring a player, can he handle New York? I remember with Nick Swisher was a topic of a conversation one year, and somebody said, can New York handle Nick Swisher?
I'm going to ask you one more, all right? I'm going to ask you one more.
Uh-huh.
This is your monument. This is Shooty Babitt.
Yes, sir.
All right? This is your legacy. You want to be next to JT Snow or Lou Gehrig?
JT Snow is one of the coolest cats, provided me one of the most incredible memories, snatching little Darren B up from home plate. That'll be in our minds for the rest of our lives. But, man, come on, man. It's got to be Lou Gehrig.
I'm saying,
Yeah.
how do you leave that?
Yeah. Hey, man, like I said, it's a blessing to be able to dictate your own future and go where you like. And so to be in Aaron Judge's position, man, I'm just, I wouldn't say envious, but I'm just, I'm astounded by what he's going to be able to do. And, man,
And he earned it. People got to remember, too, and I always say, and a lot of this talk was like with Kevin Durant. A lot of people fought for these guys to have this ability to be free agents. So wherever you want to play, if he wants to go sign with the Marlins, he wants to go sign with the Kansas City Royals, he wants to go play in Japan. A lot of guys fought for this right for these players to have these rights that they didn't have before. So don't, even though I say it's crazy to leave New York, wherever he wants to go, he signs in Arizona. Who knows where. He earned the right to say, I did my time, and now I'm a free agent, and I can go play anywhere I want. Let's end on this. As a super scout, you travel a lot during the year. You're going to be getting texts from me about when we playing, because I got a whole schedule. I'm ready to rock golf. But what happens with you in this off season? What are you doing?
First of all, amen to what you said about the right to choose because of the sacrifice. And not too often do the youth or the younger speak the importance of the people that came before them that made the sacrifices to allow them to be in that position. So, God bless you for that. Right now, I'm looking through free agents, 6-year free agents, release guys. We've culminated a list. We're combing them over with a fine-tooth comb, seeing if we can find someone that can make us better that's going to be available. This is a process that every team is going through right now. I don't leave home without my phone, because if Dan Feinstein calls me with a question, I need to have the answer. Typically, sometimes it's fall league or winter ball or something like that. Nothing is on the oven right now for me. So basically, I'm getting some things done around the house. If you got any hookup with some paver work, I need some pavers in my driveway. I got somebody coming out tomorrow.
Do we got anybody out there? Contact us. Cody, how do they contact you?
You know a brother need a deal. You know how we are. I done raised 3 kids and sent them to college, man. So I'm going to be on retirement money pretty soon. But,
Cody, you can't. Oh, you don't have a microphone. All right, we'll get. We need pavers. We need pavers. I'm just going to tell you this, and I never would have thought this, because you think you know yourself.
Yeah.
I learned something that all these years, I thought that my issues when things weren't going good was from the waist up. And you know what I've found? My problems have been from the waist down. Never thought it was going to be below the waist.
Well,
I've always been worried about all shoulders, hand, all these different things. Nope, lower body. How my body uses the ground. We're talking golf right now, folks. We're being selfish. I found out. I now know. It's like a light bulb is gone. I can't wait to play.
Well, first of all, you just made the biggest mistake that you can make as a golfer, to think that you have it figured out. Because as soon as you do that, you're in big trouble. But I'm glad you think you found a little groove in your swing, and rhythm and timing and repeatability is the biggest thing. That's why everybody's swing is so different. But as quickly as your mind gets it, your body is changing just as quickly. So keeping up with it, when you start talking about my lower half, it's the slower you can slow the game down, just like in every other sport, the better you're off in golf. And that's the hardest part, is slowing it down and allowing it to happen.
Wow, it's like the Golf Challenge. And we'll be back next week as the tour heads to Torrey Pines in San Diego, right here on Golf Central. We could move to Orlando, have this sweet life.
Oh, man.
Wearing like sweaters to work every day.
Oh, man.
Have you ever seen those guys, how they dress?
Oh, man.
Slacks, sweaters.
Man, they've got the life, man. By the time we get down there, we'll be hitting from the red tees.
I'm telling you right now, they don't pay for anything either. They haven't paid for golf shoes, golf balls. They pay for nothing working for that network. Everything's brand new.
Hey, man.
We're in the wrong business.
Thank goodness for logo shirts, man.
Hey.
Tony, thank you,
Everything
man.
you've ever done for us, A's Cast Live, it means a lot. You know
man,
that.
You make me feel like family, man, and you know nothing bigger than that. So appreciate you, bro.
And as an analyst on TV, second to none.
Thank you. I'm so
You
blessed.
could do it full time.
I love my job. I love the Oakland A's, man.
I think you need to be in the bushes, though.
Yeah, I like it down there. Bird in the hand is better than 2 in the bushes. You know what I mean? But it's so gratifying to go and see younger players and think that over time you have a pretty good idea, understanding what works and what doesn't. The skill set, you know it, you can recognize it, but what's inside of a guy and what drives a guy, and depending on how he hones his craft and how he goes about it, that's the great part of it. I want to share this right quickly with you. If you didn't get a chance, go to YouTube and YouTube Delvin Perez. He provided the most comical moment for me ever in a major league or in a ballpark in my entire life. And this is a kid that's tooled up. He's a minor league player, but he takes for granted the skill that he had and the opportunity that he's provided with right now. And unfortunately, because of his makeup, I don't know if he'll ever become that guy, but check that out. and I guarantee you're going to laugh.
Delvin Perez.
Delvin Perez, yeah, Memphis Cardinals.
All I know is Shooty has told me when you go look at a player and you're getting ready for the draft, you talk to his grandparents, you talk to his parents, you talk to his girlfriend, you talk to his ex-girlfriend.
Yeah.
You talk to everybody who knows this kid.
The girlfriend will tell you exactly what you want. And normally if you go see the best player, he got the best looking girl, so it's easy to find her.
All right, this just in. I've got my MLB notes for the World Series. They've just arrived. Next, come see us. Chicken Pie Shop in Walnut Creek. Going to be here throughout Game 1 of the World Series. Come see us. We're having a little A's party.
Oakland Athletics spring training is right around the corner, and you can be part of the excitement. Get your tickets now and plan ahead for a fun-filled trip to Mesa, Arizona this spring. Pack the sunscreen, bring your friends, pick up some ballpark classics, and watch your green and gold get ready for the regular season. Get your tickets today to see the Athletics take on the Giants, Padres, Cubs, Dodgers, and more. Tickets are on sale now at athletics.com/spring. That's athletics.com/spring.
The Coliseum has gone by many names, but none better than the Last Dive Bar. Hi, everyone. Ken Korak here, and my friends at Last Dive Bar are helping us celebrate our longtime home. Last Dive Bar has the most unique merchandise for all Oakland baseball fans. T-shirts, sweatshirts, the Ray Fosse line, and my personal favorite, the lights have taken full effect. Visit their website at lastdivebar.com or follow them on social media at Last Dive Bar. All proceeds are invested back into the A's Community Fund and their affiliated charities. Go to lastdivebar.com. That's lastdivebar.com.
The Oakland Athletics begin spring training on February 25th. Now's the time to make plans to catch us in Mesa, Arizona, and enjoy the sunshine of your family and friends. Buy your tickets early for the best seats at the lowest prices as your green and gold take on the Giants, Dodgers, Padres, Angels, and more at Hohokam Stadium.
And Tony, it's a deep drive to right in the corner. Gritchick going back. He'll turn and watch it fly.
Get your tickets at athletics.com/spring. That's athletics.com/spring.
The GM David Forst was on A's Cast Live and discussed which players in the A's system he's excited for going forward.
A lot of real positive things coming out of the minor leagues. I'm going to head down to the fall league next week to see, we've got Geloff, Denzel Clark, Lawrence Butler playing down there, and then a full starting pitching staff basically, and Ginn, Cusack, Miller, and Palouse. So I'm gonna head down and see those guys. But all of those plus Soderstrom, McCann, I'm sure I'm gonna forget some guys. Max Muncy getting to Lansing. There were a lot of positives in player development this year, and a lot of things that help us figure out sort of the timeline going forward of when we feel like guys might be able to contribute in that.
To listen to the full interview and much more, go to athletics.com/A'sCast.
Coming in at 5'3", it's #1 mom. She switched to Xfinity and got the all-new 3-for-1 bundle. Unlimited internet, streaming, and Xfinity Mobile. All for what you could pay wireless companies for just one 5G unlimited line. Boom shakalaka. Go to Xfinity.com/3-for-1, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. Limited time offer, restrictions apply. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. After 24 months, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
Hey, A's fans, you know that running your own business is a slugfest every day. That's why businesses have been counting on Mechanics Bank since 1905. From operating lines of credit to equipment and real estate loans, they can help build your lineup to meet today's challenges and prepare for tomorrow's opportunities. Stop by your local branch or visit mechanicsbank.com today. Mechanics Bank, the official East Bay bank of the Oakland A's. Member FDIC and equal housing lender. All loans subject to program eligibility and credit approval.
This is Chris Townsend for the Chicken Pie Shop of Walnut Creek. Great news! Our indoor dining is back, along with our beautiful patio dining. Come taste our world-famous chicken pie that has been served in Southern California for 83 years. The Chicken Pie Shop of Walnut Creek has one of the most dynamic menus, plus a full bar. Pot pies, gourmet burgers, sandwiches, salads, flatbreads, and more. Don't forget, we still do takeout and delivery. For all the information, go to chickenpieshopwc.com. That's chickenpieshopwc.com.
Some things just go together. Peanut butter and jelly, cookies and milk, Oakland and Kaiser Permanente. If that last one caught you off guard, it shouldn't, because Kaiser Permanente has been helping keep Oakland healthy since our very beginning. And as the official healthcare partner of the Oakland A's, that won't be changing anytime soon. Whatever you may need, you can trust Kaiser Permanente to help keep you feeling your best. Kaiser Permanente. Thrive. Visit kp.org today.
Hitting the road with the family. On your way to nonstop adventures. No worries ahead, because you know you can stop at a Chevron station along the way. Get fuel for your car, fuel for your crew. That's Chevron with Techron for unbeatable mileage and snacks for all. Coffee for mom, chips for the kids, cold drinks for dad. You know, for the road ahead. Toss in some laughs, out-of-tune singing, and a zillion "Are we there yet?" And you just made lifelong family memories. Chevron, together ahead.
Martin Gallegos of MLB.com stopped by A's Cast Live and laid out the plan to build the next core of players for the A's.
In terms of getting more competitive towards next year, you hope that, some of these guys who got called up this year, like Shea Langoliers, Nick Allen, Jordan Diaz, some of these guys, take that next step next year, have their full year under their belt. And along with, other guys like Tyler Soderstrom and Zach Geloff finish the year at AAA, you hope that those guys can come up at some point, whether it's, the second half, and kind of start, building something here, a core group of guys like we saw, a few years back with Chapman, Olsen, Pinder, all these guys that came up. See these guys, who have won together in the minors kind of start to mesh at the big league level. And if you can kind of develop that core next year, I think that's what it's all about for next year, taking a step forward, being more competitive, winning more games than this year. But more importantly, I think finding that core group of players, core group of young guys, out of those prospects that you have down there, and hope that some of them evolve into, players who you can count on for the next few years to lead that next, playoff group here in Oakland.
To listen to the full interview and much more, go to athletics.com/A'sCast.
Streaming from the East Bay, A's Cast Live continues with Chris Townsend.
All right, right field Will is going to be coming on the program, by the way. We got to get down. We got to figure out, how do they know? So there's something that happens with him in the TV broadcast that they find him. And how's that possible? Like, he could just be like, it's Chicago, there he is. Like, how do they know where to find him in a stadium of 40,000 people?
Either he reaches out and tells them where he's going to be, or they reach out when they know from his Twitter.
Wow. Shots fired? Yeah.
He's going to be at the Arizona Fall League next the 1st through the 9th, I think.
Are you calling right field Will out, saying that he's just this glory hound, and he's like he's like putting a tracker on himself with NBC Sports California?
I wouldn't go that far, but I mean, he gets a lot of attention. It's warranted.
Do you know which two pitchers? I'm dangerous now because now I have the MLB notes. Do you know which two pitchers have given up the most home runs in World Series history? Who am I?
I'll go, because he's been so bad in the World Series. I'll go Verlander as one.
That's probably a pretty good guess since we're talking Verlander pitching tonight. Can you go number two?
Is it modern or more?
He would be, well, what do you consider modern?
I don't know, last 30 years.
No.
Oh, so it's way before then? Who would have played in a lot of
The great Alex Jensen's here, ladies and gentlemen.
The face of the Stockton Ports. Yeah, who's would have played in a lot of World Series?
Played in a lot of World Series.
It's not Whitey Ford, is it?
No, but Whitey's on the list.
Is it a Yankee?
He had some time with the Yankees, yes.
Boy.
I wouldn't be asking if it was just some random guy. I wouldn't be like Charlie Root is. I don't even know who Charlie Root is. I wouldn't be asking this if it was Charlie. There's a reason why I'm asking this question.
It's a Catfish?
Catfish Hunter and Justin Verlander have both given up 9.
Well, Verlander gave up. How many did he give up this year? He gave up a bunch this year. He's been a pretty home run prone during the regular season.
Well, this is World Series, so 3 were in one game to Pablo. Well, did Pablo hit 2?
Yeah, those 3.
Did 3 off Verlander or 2?
Those 3.
All 3 were off him. Worst ERA.
Oh, I don't know if they were all off him. Let me check. I know he had 3,
I think
though.
2 were off of him. Worst ERA in the World Series, starting pitchers in the divisional era, dating back to 1969. It's Levon Hernandez, 7.91, Kevin Brown, 6.04, and Justin Verlander at 5.68. Pitchers with 5+ starts and 0 wins in World Series history. Wow. Here's another one of our old friends. So you got Verlander's 0-6 with a 5.68 ERA. You know who was not also good in the World Series? Who am I?
God, there could be so many guys that haven't been good in the World Series.
Once again, it's a loaded question with history that has to do with us.
Just tell me. I've said this randomly guessing.
Vida Blue, 0-5 with a 4.05 ERA. And the great Don Newcomb, 0-4 with an 8.59 ERA. So as much as we want to talk about what huge favorites the Houston Astros are, and they got Verlander on the mound, and he's going to win his third. Verlander's been terrible in the World Series.
Yeah.
Terrible.
You mentioned he's 0-6, never won a game. He has the high ERA. He's now going to be, what is the thing I saw? He's now only the second pitcher, along with Roger Clemens, to pitch in a World Series in 3 different decades, and he's like the 4th oldest starting pitcher to start a game 1 of a World Series, behind that'd be Roger Clemens, David Wells, and Early Wynn. Where were you when Early Wynn started the game in 1959?
1959. Of course, the Phillies gave the Astros their last loss during the regular season, so the last team to beat them. Look at the power here. The Phillies have hit 15 home runs in their last 7 games. 16 home runs in 11 games overall this postseason. Houston has homered in all 7 of their games in the postseason. 12 dingers in 7 games. I mean, it's like who hits the most home runs is going to win. I mean, in theory, but we don't know. But I got to tell you, you saying Philly in 4, and these people going Philly in 4. I mean, Houston in 4 or Houston in 5. You are not giving this team of destiny any type of opportunity, and it upsets me. But I will tell you this: something has now. I have not. My armor has been tough, right? Getting ready for this, it's like I'm from Philly and I'm Gino and Pat's, which I have done the Gino and Pat's Philly cheesesteak comparison, where I sat down and ate 2 cheesesteaks back to back. I did do that.
I've only had Geno's.
And by the way, I felt awful after. You know what it's like to eat 2 straight cheesesteaks?
Not 2 straight, but I've had 2 cheesesteaks.
We went to Pat's, sat down, had it, walked across the street to Geno's, then had it. I had 2 cheesesteaks in an hour. Did not sit well.
Probably not. I mean, there's a lot of calories in that.
Did not sit well. Did not eat. Didn't need to order the fries and the stuff that came extra.
Yeah, you just need.
That was a bad.
You just need the
bad
cheesesteak.
idea. If anything, you go back-to-back days. There's something though that may be a little chink in the armor
For your Phillies.
Yes.
Is it Rob Thompson's managerial experience, or it's Dusty Baker's?
It has to do with Rob Thompson. It has nothing to do with his experience.
Well, that's the big one I kept saying.
He's the first Canadian born to manage a World Series game. That scares me.
He also has the least amount of games managed for any manager that reached the World Series.
He's the what?
He also has the least amount of games managed for any manager that's ever reached the World Series.
He's the 3rd manager hired mid-season to reach the World Series. One's easy.
So it was Jack McKeon, Trader Jack. Oh, to win the World Series. Okay. Yeah.
No, just to reach the World Series. You didn't have to win.
Oh, to reach the World Series? It's like Clint. No, Clint Hurdle was already there. Who was it?
That would be Bob Lemon of the Yankees in 1978.
Wow. So there's only been 3 guys.
Yeah.
There's been several guys that have taken a team to the postseason after, managerial change during the middle of the season. But what he's done has been great. But I think I saw the stat. I think Sarah had it. It was like 3,000 something games managed by Dusty Baker, and the 111 by Rob Thompson's like the second biggest gap ever behind Connie Mack and someone. Which is, I mean, you put Connie Mack against anyone, he's going to be outmanage everyone else.
To me, and that's why we're here tonight, because game one, obviously, there's a lot of hype around it, but I think this is the game for the Phillies. And winner of game one of the World Series has won 22 of the last 27 World Series.
It's a good thing. I mean,
it's a great way, because if you get off to the good start, and next thing you know, you're like, hey, game two, playing with house money, and we're going back to the bank, where I can't say enough. It's going to be cold. It's Philly. It's going to be raucous. It's going to be crazy. Advantage Phillies when they go back home, and they don't lose at home.
Yeah, they haven't lost a game this postseason. I think the number I heard is since going back to 2004, they're 21-9 at home in the postseason. It's like, what, 70-something%? That's pretty good.
Now you could follow that up with Astros haven't lost at all, no matter where they go.
Also true. And Sarah had this stat earlier, Sarah Langs. The Astros have won 7 games this postseason. 6 of those have been by 1 or 2 runs. That's tied for the second most ever entering the World Series, behind only the 97 Cleveland, then Indians. Most wins by 2 or fewer runs in a postseason is 8 by Tampa Bay in 2020 and the Yankees twice in 2001 and 1996. So the Astros are winning games. They're sneaking by in wins because their bullpen's been so good. And they're scoring just enough runs to win these games and, as you said, be undefeated in the postseason.
If they sweep, I mean, we haven't seen this since the 1976 Big Red Machine. They swept the Yankees and they swept the Phillies in the NLCS in 1970. Where were you in 1976? I don't remember. I was 4 years old.
I would have been born 12 years later.
But this run right here, if they're able to sweep and they go undefeated, especially since everybody else, it's what I don't know if they don't like them. I don't know why it is. But throughout the year, people weren't throwing a lot of love to the Astros. It was all Yankees. It was all Dodgers. They weren't throwing love to that. And that's where it's like now it kind of bugs me now. Everybody's trying to act like, oh, yeah, it's the Astros we've known all along. No, you haven't. You guys were all saying the Yankees were going to win 119 games and win the most games all time. I mean, this Astros team's about to do something that no one's ever done, more playoffs than ever before. But if they go undefeated through all these rounds, man, that's insane. Well, I don't think it's going to happen, though. You're claiming it's going to happen, but you won't bet on it.
The thing with the Astros, too, and remember, they didn't play in the wild card series. They didn't have to. They won 106 games. Is the thing about them is they've been carried by how well their starting pitching's been. And we haven't seen guys like Jose Urquidy pitch and guys like Christian Javier's pitch started one game. And we haven't seen Ryan Stanek. So their bullpen's well rested, where the Phillies bullpen, their season ERA was like 4.5 almost. And it's a run less this postseason. Their bullpen's been great. That's going to be key for them. Game 2 is Zach Wheeler. Now, if the Astros can beat Nola tonight and Wheeler tomorrow, you get Wheeler hypothetically in game 6 on full rest if there is a game 6.
Wait, if what happens? Give me that again.
So if Nola tonight, Wheeler tomorrow.
Yeah. So
if there is a game 6, Wheeler would pitch on full rest.
Well, they better win one of these games.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because I mean, Ranger Suarez is your third starter, and then you're going to go either a bullpen game or you're going to throw Thor out there, who's not the same Thor to pitch from the Mets.
He'll be a part of the bullpen game.
Yeah. So that's where you're going. Where the Astros can go Verlander, Valdez, McCullers, Christian Javier, I think right back to Verlander.
But let's not act like all these guys are going out and throwing 7 scoreless innings.
Only 2 of those guys could, and that's Wheeler, although he got pulled 80 pitches.
No, I'm talking about Houston. I'm just giving you the notes that Verlander has been trash in the World Series. Everybody's building him up. I'm like,
but Valdez is a guy that can go deep into a game.
Maybe. What if he doesn't?
Then they have a well-rested bullpen.
But I mean, that's what I'm saying. I mean, we're trying to crown guys. I mean, you got to earn it, and I can poke. Verlander's been. I mean, why not go out and win tonight? You got Wheeler tomorrow, and you're going back to the game. You're going back to the bank up 2-0.
Yeah, I wouldn't be worried if I was an Astros fan if you go back to Philly 0-2. But some might say you should be because Philly doesn't lose at home, and like I told you, they've been 21-9 since 2004 at home in the postseason. But I think if you can get 6 out of Verlander and give the rest of the bullpen of Stanek and Abreu and Presley, and now Will Smith, now they have a lefty in their rotation or their bullpen to face Harper and Schwarber. I don't know. That's tough to beat how good the Astros bullpen has been. But Philly is hot. I can't take that away from there.
You can't. And these days off, we have no idea how it affects. We have seen teams who one team wins early, the other team has to battle through 7 games. So one team had the long layoff. We're not seeing that. We're just seeing both teams with 2 long layoffs. So we have no idea who benefits, who's going to be rusty, who's not going to be rusty. Maybe they're both rusty. Maybe both of them come out swinging, and who knows? I mean, we have no idea, at least game 1, how the layoff will affect either or. No simulated games. I mean, you can go into the pitching machine and jack it up to 99 miles an hour, and you can have it throw hard sliders, but you have no idea.
And what the Astros and the ALDS swept the Mariners, and then the Yankees had to go 5 against the Guardians. So the Astros had a layoff there and didn't really affect them. But this is now the World Series, so who knows? But they weren't affected by that layoff going into the ALCS against the Yankees. But Philly hasn't had a long layoff. They've been playing every day. They've been playing play baseball since the All-Star break.
Yeah, once Philly comes out, puts up 2 spot up in the first inning, we're gonna be like, you
already talked about Verlander giving up 9 home runs. By the way, it was 2 home runs Sandoval hit off him. Then the other one was off of. Do you remember Al Albuquerque? That's who the other one was off of.
The great Al Albuquerque, who once had a dust-up with the A's in the 2013 playoffs?
But that sounds about right. He was still on that team.
It was either 12 or 13. The great Al Albuquerque had we had a little dust-up with him.
Yeah, that's
I don't remember exactly. Al Albuquerque.
I wonder what the list of guys are that hit home runs. I can probably look it up when we have Buster on. The list of guys, we can go over the list of guys that hit a home run of Verlander in the postseason.
Well, there's not. Well, if Sandoval's got 2, it's probably a list of 8.
Yeah,
I don't know if the guy's taking him deep twice. Sir Anthony Dominguez has allowed just 1 run in 7 2/3 innings while striking out 15 of 26 batters faced. I mean, it's a lot of fun going through these notes. Bryce Harper's hitting .419, 5 jacks, 6 doubles, 11 RBIs in 11 games. His 10-game hit streak is tied for the 3rd longest in Phillies postseason history, trailing only who? There's no way you get one of these.
It's going to be a Phillies player. Was it a Phillies player from the
76 through 80?
Oh, boy.
And he had a great nickname. Big dude. Thick. Nicknamed the Bull. Greg Luzinski?
No. Before I remember the name, but I don't remember how good he was in the
so he had 13 games, and Jason Worth.
Oh, okay. I was gonna
08 through 09 at 11 games.
I was thinking of an 08 guy, but I was gonna think it was gonna be someone like very random. Worth isn't even random. He was a high paid guy. I was thinking more random than
he
that.
was their highest paid guy.
I would say, was it someone like Greg Dobbs or Matt Stairs? I know A's legend Matt Stairs, but
he threw out the first pitch and they won.
Well, there you go. I mean, he had a big home run.
So look at it. So Bryce Harper's OPS 1,351. 1,351 with a .419 average, 5 dingers, 6 doubles, 11 RBIs, 11. I mean, you want to talk about when your star player not only performs but is all in. The whole thing, as we talked about the other day, every single time he does something, he's repping Philly. It's about Philly. It's not me back in my jersey. It's Philly. To me, that just it says so much of why they have that it factor and they are who they are right now.
Now you think about this with Harper. He's probably not going to get a lot of pitches to see in this World Series. How hot he's been. Why not put him on base? Then that changes a little bit of the dynamic for the Phillies. But their offense, they still have guys in their offense that it's the Astros' key.
I got to tell you, you start playing that game. I think in old school baseball, that was something you really could do. In modern day baseball, when just about everybody in the lineup can leave the yard, that becomes really deadly. You start putting people on base can be scary. So lineups are out, by the way. Schwarber, Hoskins, Realmuto, Harper, Castellanos, Bohm, Stott, Segura, and Marsh will be your lineup for the Phillies. Altuve, Pena, Alvarez, Bregman, Tucker, Gurriel, Mancini. Still a great story. Trey Mancini, McCormick, and Maldonado for your Houston Astros.
Is Mancini DHing? Yeah. So I have to go back and check if they had a hit, but they throughout some games in the ALCS, they didn't have a hit from their DH. I don't think the Astros. Like what's Mancini? Yeah, Mancini doesn't even have a hit in the postseason. I mean, great story, but he's barely playing for them, and their DH spot is Alcamidas Diaz isn't hitting, Mancini's not hitting, so they're not getting a lot of production from their DH.
Rhys Hoskins is hitting 182, but he's got 5 bombs and 11 RBIs, and he's throwing the bat down, and
This is a guy. Well, no one can see this, but these are 2 guys. Bohm and Stott are the guys you need to step up if you're the Phillies in the World Series, especially if they're going to start walking Harper and pitch around him, and who knows? I mean, Castellanos is hitting 220. He hasn't a home run either, but
it was really. Do you watch any MLB Network yesterday?
Yesterday, no.
So they basically had like a media day, which they never do. Like almost like they wanted to make it almost like a football style media day. And Bohm showed up, and it was just weird. I'm just not, usually World Series, you see guys, you see the BP, you see guys at their locker, but that it had to be like the club level there in Houston, where they lined up a bunch of the media people and brought players up like a media day. Like you don't see that normally. But when you have 4 days off, you have an opportunity to get kind of creative.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. And then you kind of get to expose, expose in a good way some of the players who aren't getting the media attention. We saw that, Alec Bohm got attention earlier in the year because he mouthed, I bleeping hated here. So now look at them; they're in the World Series. So you get a guy like, you get a personality like that. You don't really know a lot about Bryson Stott besides that he played at UNLV baseball. So I like that idea they're doing that, kind of like the Super, because you always see stuff with the Super Bowl, like you always saw the personality of Gronk, and Brady's not really doesn't say much, but it's the other guys like Gronk and stuff. Marshawn Lynch, I'm just here so I don't get fined. Like stuff like that is good for the sport, and I like that baseball did that.
Yeah, I did. You know what? The great thing about baseball is that the stadium's packed and all that kind of stuff. It would be nice though to have. We'll see how this works out, but it is kind of nice to have a little time with a little buildup, right?
Yeah.
Storylines. Problem is weather. If everybody had a roof, we wouldn't have a problem.
I remember looking the other day, and I forgot to bring it up to you. I'll pull it up real quick before we bring our good friend Buster Olney on.
We got to get to Buster.
I'll tell you what the weather's going to be like in Philadelphia on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesdays for
it's going to be cold.
Of course, the Weather Channel app just died on me. So here we go. Now it's loading. But yeah, I think it was going to be like in the 60s, the high or the low 60s maybe. Yeah, let's see. Monday it says it's going to be 68 degrees. Tuesday, it's going to be 68 with a 42% chance of rain. Wednesday, 70 degrees.
Okay, I'm looking at the same thing. You're 68 degrees. That's the high.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The high of.
You said 68. Yeah, that's when the sun's out. The game will be played when it's in the 50s.
Yeah. Let's see. Tonight's a little different.
That's going to be like at 1 o'clock. That's going to be like 1, 2 o'clock.
Yeah. So yeah,
when that sun goes down in Philly and the wind's blowing, it's going to be cold.
Right. If you look at tonight. It'll be at 7 p.m. So 8 p.m.
So
there.
is it Monday to so we got Sunday off, right?
Yeah, so Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Yeah, Wednesday the lows could be 50, maybe into the 40s.
Yeah, they're saying right now. I'm looking at tonight. At 8 o'clock when first pitch will be, it'll be 51 degrees there.
Versus being in the dome tonight.
Roof's going to be closed both nights in Houston, by the way.
And it's going to be perfectly 72 degrees or 75, whatever.
AJ Hinch said earlier. He told Buster Olney on his podcast that. No ballpark's louder than Houston when the dome's closed.
Did you say Buster Olney?
I did.
You're talking about the great Buster Olney from ESPN?
Our friend?
Well, Buster was supposed to. We were supposed to talk to Buster yesterday. Weren't able to. We caught up with him earlier today. Cody woke me up at the crack of dawn. It was like 6:30 in the morning. I had to get up. Where's Delaire? To let him know that I had to get up at 6:30 in the morning.
Well, if you're up at 6:30, that means I was up at 4:30.
Yeah, 6:30 in the morning to do this. That's where we work hard for you here on A's Cast Live. Here is the great Buster Olney from ESPN. Yes, on A's Cast Live. You read him on ESPN.com. You see him on Sunday Night Baseball, and he's the host of the #1 podcast in our business, Baseball Tonight. The great Buster Olney joins us from ESPN. Buster, how are you? It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while. I'm great because as you and I talk, we're on the cusp of this really interesting World Series. So I'm doing well, and I'm down, as you and I were talking beforehand, I'm down in Texas after getting 5 inches of snow in Montana the other day. So it's a nice respite.
I think about the Super Bowls that I covered, and you had the 2 weeks, and it just seems like this monster layoff. And obviously in our game where we play every day, to have the layoff they've had, it seems almost like a Super Bowl week where we're having a media day and everybody gets to talk down there in Houston. Just what do you think about the layoff, and how does it truly affect the teams?
Well, first off, I think the Astros have become the embodiment of the argument that rest hurts players, right? Because they had the bye, and then they rolled through their division series in 3 games, and then they rolled through their American League Championship Series in 4 games. So they've had a lot of days off, basically 7 games in 4 weeks, and yet they're playing really well. We'll see with the Phillies because they seem like that they were on such a roll offensively. All their guys in this powerful lineup were swinging the bat well. Rhys Hoskins, Bryce Harper. For me, the challenge is greater for them, in part because they haven't had to deal with this. They've been playing day after day after day. Remember the Rockies team that finished up, went on an absolute roll, and then they, after rolling through the National League Championship Series, they went into the World Series against the Red Sox. They couldn't get restarted.
Yeah, we talked to Dan O'Dowd about that, who's now on MLB Network, and it's just, you have that momentum, you have that it factor. You just don't know how long you're going to have that genie in the bottle. And I look at all the scenarios for this World Series. There's only one scenario I just don't see happening. I don't see the Phillies winning in 4. I don't see the Phillies winning in 5. Everything else I see could be on the board. Do you see it that way?
I guess I have a hard time seeing the Phillies winning the World Series. I got to be honest with you. After seeing how dominant the Astros pitching has been so far this year, Phillies are a great story. Who knows if they wind up stealing one of the 2 games here in Houston, maybe that changes things. They go to Philadelphia with that great crowd, but I just keep on waiting for the Phillies bullpen to turn back into a pumpkin. Right? I mean, they struggled so much during the course of the year, 23rd out of 30 teams in ERA, and you thought going into the postseason that ultimately would take that down, or the Phillies defense, which we talked about all year as being a problem. It really hasn't hurt them so far. And I guess if the bullpen's good and they play efficient defense, maybe they could beat the Astros. But man, the Astros are so good.
Bottom line is, for our fan base, we don't like them. It's become a rivalry. Obviously, where we are right now really doesn't matter. But a few years ago, it was definitely a rivalry. So whatever I say is not going to matter. But for everybody else in baseball, the majority of the guys from the scandal are gone. It's a different roster. They've turned it over. It's a different, Lunau's gone. Hinch is gone. So much has changed. Is this, if they do win, are people finally going to look past the scandal and give this team their due, who's now been in the World Series 4 out of the last 6 years?
You already know the answer to that. The answer is no. and I know I saw a poll, I think, on I can't remember where I saw this, but it was like 88% of the country is rooting for the Phillies.
Yeah.
Not only, I think part of it is because they are a likable group. I mean, how could you not like Kyle Schwarber? Bryce Harper, clearly, evolving during the course of his baseball career, his baseball lifetime, which is really fun. JT, Nola, they're a fun team. But let's face it, even though they're all a small handful of guys left from 2017, the sins of that team are going to be forever held against guys who wear the Astros uniform. We've seen that in the past where, guys who weren't even on that team get booed in other ballparks. That's just the way it goes. So I think for the players, it's going to be important. I think for Jose Altuve, it's going to be important for Bregman to win a championship past 2017. But for fans, that will never go away.
Especially in our neighborhood, I can tell you that. We've been talking to people from Philly, and I said to them from afar, this is what it feels like for me. It feels like, and this is how I'm going to give the Phillies a chance. They feel like that group of summer ball high school guys that are all pretty good. They come together. They're a puzzle that doesn't fit, but throughout the summer, they're having a great time. Continuity starts to happen. You start liking each other. You might be drinking beers after games. And next thing you know, you become pretty unbeatable. And there's just something about you. You have that it factor, and that you start taking down teams. And everybody from Philly goes, yeah, it kind of feels that way because, as we know, it didn't always go the right way. It didn't end the right way, the way they backed in. But right now they have that mentality that we're not losing to anybody, no matter what anybody believes. They have this it factor. If I have to give them a chance, it's they've got that. It doesn't matter. It's us against the world, and they just keep doing it.
Yep, I completely agree with that. And someone you know well, Johnny Gomes, played on a team like that with the Boston Red Sox in 2013. Remember that whole group with Gomes and Shane Victorino and David Ross? They went from last place to first place. It felt like that they were just destined to win that year. And the other part that they really shared was the home run. Earlier today, I talked to AJ Hinch. And I asked him, what for you is the biggest X factor in this World Series? And he said, the Phillies hitting home runs. And when he described the impact of their home runs, it really reminded me of like someone talking about the impact of a monster dunk in an NBA series, right? Where it's not only the impact of on the scoreboard, but it's also from the player to player, the crowd, how they get into it. That is the fuel now for the Phillies. The impact of their home runs, which they've been doing a ton of lately. It's something, with Rhys Hoskins and Bryce Harper and Kyle Schwarber with that 488-foot home run. The impact went beyond, the run that they put up on the board in that moment.
Since you're talking basketball, I've been saying this about Bryce Harper. He's really kind of our version of LeBron James. Now, I'm not comparing him to LeBron. I mean, LeBron's a global superstar. But from the standpoint of, as basically a kid, you're on the cover of Sports Illustrated. I mean, you're introduced to the world as a high school kid. So everybody's watching every single move. And like LeBron James has done a lot of good for all the communities he's been in. He's been a terrific guy. Bryce Harper's been the same way. Just talk about that, how we've known Bryce Harper since he was basically a high school kid, and it's very similar to LeBron.
Yeah, one of the cool things for you and I in covering this sport, year after year after year, is we now get to see guys from the beginning of their careers to the end. And one of the neat things is that they change, not only as competitors and what they do on the field, but they change as people. When Bryce got to the big leagues, the perception of him was he was really cocky. I was at the game when Cole Hamels drilled him on purpose on a Sunday night game. Yeah, to test him, right?
Yeah.
Is this guy up for it? Other players didn't like him. Like Derek Jeter, there have been votes that Bryce Harper is the most overrated player in baseball. Well, what you heard from the Phillies people from the moment they signed him was he's up for everything. Whatever they asked him to do, charity stuff, appearances, interviews. And we experienced that on Sunday Night Baseball. We, asked him to wear a microphone, and you know how it goes. You ask the question, you assume that the superstar player probably is going to say no. Well, not only did he say yes, but he completely embraced it. We had him wear a microphone during the pandemic, and he was supposed to wear it like in the second inning, and there was a play against the right field wall, and the earpiece that he was wearing got knocked out, and you think, okay, that's the end of it. Well, he went back to the warning track during the half inning, found the earpiece, stuck it back in. He's talking to our producers like, hey, guys, can you hear me? I've got the earpiece back. And he talked to us for 8 innings during the course of that broadcast with no fans in the stands, and the score was like 11-1. They were losing, and you're like, oh, my God, like this guy gets it. And it's so cool to see the growth of Bryce along those lines, how, he signed with the Phillies, he embraced everything Philadelphia, embraced the challenge, embraced the crowd. It's remarkable how much he's changed during his career.
You had a tweet that I thought was great, and we talked about it here on this show. As you know, we take a lot from Baseball Tonight and from you because you do such an unbelievable job where, listen to the LA fans whine about the layoff and the bye. I love the idea. Hey, you can pick your path. You want to start playing right away? You don't. Who do you want to play? I love that idea. But in the end, going home early, if you're the Dodgers, going out the way the Yankees did, getting swept. Are you okay with L.A. and New York both saying, you know what, we're going to stay with the managers, we're going to stay with everything, and we'll go get them again next year? Are you okay with that?
I am, and I got to tell you, and I know you're not going to want to hear this because you say, with your fan base, you don't like the Astros.
Yeah.
All this conversation this week about, fire Aaron Boone and, how about that decision he made with the bullpen in the 6th inning and how awful was that? And Brian Cashman, I'm laughing. I'm watching these two teams play, and they're not even close. The Yankees, where they are now compared to what the front office envisioned with DJ LeMahieu out, Andrew Benintendi out, 4 members of that bullpen out. They weren't even close to the Astros. It wasn't even a competition. I think it would have been a shock to me if they had won, a game or two in this series. So I totally get why Hal Steinbrenner will keep those, Pete will keep Aaron Boone, keep, Brian Cashman in his front office. I think the whole conversation that seems to be around New York teams, you don't win the World Series, you suck. That doesn't reflect the way competition is. That's like an 11-year-old flipping the board and saying, I'm going to take my game and I'm not going to play anymore. I just think it's kind of silly. And with the Dodgers, look, they've evolved into, I think, the Yankees in terms of that expectation. Dave Roberts said to me during the course of the year, look, we know with the way our franchise is going, if we don't win the World Series, a lot of people are going to be disappointed, including the players.
Dusty Baker, right before Ray Fosse stopped broadcasting, we were doing these classic moments where we would call, where it was like, friends of Ray's, whether it was like Jim Palmer, we did Dusty Baker, and the three of us would just have a nice long chat. So we had Dusty Baker on for like a half hour. And, I've known Dusty since his days with San Francisco, and he was a manager. Just what will it mean for him? We already know his greatness, player, an ambassador, obviously one of the coolest guys ever to wear a uniform. He's going to go into the Baseball Hall of Fame. But just what will it mean for baseball, for Dusty Baker to finally have that World Series trophy? As a manager, we know he did it as a player.
Yeah, I think that for, folks in our industry, for writers, that it'll mean that they finally can put an end to that. They can check that box. So when they talk about his career, they can say, yes, he was as a player, he won a championship, had a remarkable career. And then as a manager, he had a lot of great teams. Players loved to play for him. And then in the end, he won a championship. But because you've gotten to know Dusty, really, when you think about the man's life, I think you'll agree with me. It'll feel like a very small thing. Because if you get somebody who can talk to you about smoking weed with Jimi Hendrix or hanging out with Henry Aaron and has this range of stories just about everybody. I mean, he's, and I say this with all due respect, I don't mean that literally with this character. He's the Forrest Gump of baseball, right? He's someone who's been around everything and knows everybody and is absolutely beloved by everybody who comes across him. I got to work with him on Sunday on Baseball Tonight. I feel like that when he makes his Hall of Fame speech, it's not an if, it's a when at this point, that whatever they accomplish this year in the World Series, that'll be a minor footnote to this man's remarkable life and career.
So safe to say you will not bet the family farm on the Phillies.
I will not bet the family farm on the Phillies. By the way, I sold my part of the family farm to my little brother earlier this year. So I probably should stop saying that.
We can't bet that anymore. I love that line. I love the fact that you bet the family farm.
Well, I could bet it, but I think my little brother might now have a problem with me betting his property.
I just want to let you know we made sure we got the helmet out today for you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I loved telling you that story, and I can still see it flying across my backyard, right? When I do those headfirst slides, imagining that team.
I'm telling you, this helmet, it was a giveaway. I can't remember what year it was. It takes so many people back to when they're growing up in the 70s.
Yeah, and I told you that team tortured me because I was a Dodger fan at age 10, and yet I still bought that helmet because I thought it was so cool looking. And those teams were so much fun to watch, with the style and the speed and the whole thing. And so, yeah, that was among the first batting helmets that I bought in my collection.
Where we are in the cycle, we honored 72 last year, and this coming year we're going to honor 1973. Of course, they took down the very surprised New York Mets, who beat the Big Red Machine. So we'll be celebrating all the 73 guys. We just had Raleigh Fingers on recently. We'll be celebrating all those greats. But Buster, always an honor to have you on. Thank you so much. Keep up all the great work. We'll be following you during the World Series, reading you and listening to the podcast. And, of course, can't wait to see you in San Diego for the winter meetings.
That'll be an absolute blast. Thanks for having me, and I always love talking with you.
It's really cool that we've established certain relationships with people in our business, national people, and Buster really is one of those guys that is just, he's very kind because he doesn't have to do it. I mean, he is busy. When you talk about writing the articles, doing the TV, doing the traveling, doing the podcast every day, he literally could go, guys, sorry, I'm busy. And we would be like, hey, we understand because we listen to his podcast every day.
Yeah, and like when you mentioned yesterday we were supposed to talk with him, he immediately texted me, told me he couldn't do it, but he's like, let's do it tomorrow. Always been nice to me, been to us when it comes to booking. I probably should just go through him anymore. I go through ESPN, I go through the right channels, but he also, we could let people know your voice might be heard on the Baseball Tonight podcast soon. He asked us to record something for our dear friend Sarah Langs to play on his podcast, so we're going to do that. And once that's up and on the Baseball Tonight podcast, I'll tweet it out from our Athletics Cast 24 account, and our fans can go and listen to you talk about Sarah and everything she's meant to us, and Buster has been doing that for her on his podcast, so it's a really cool thing that he's doing for her. Today was Eduardo Perez is who he had on there today.
Yeah, having Sarah on was put you in tears, talking about that, but at this point she needs people to be strong for her. So as you mentioned, what she means to our show. And we found Sarah through the Baseball Tonight show. We found Himbo. We found some of these people who become friends of ours in our business based off the Baseball Tonight show. So,
do you want me to get right field Will over here? He has to leave shortly.
Yeah, Astros chasing this article came up. Astros chasing 46-year postseason record. What is that?
I didn't see that one. Maybe it's going undefeated through the postseason.
It's the chasing the
70 Reds,
the Big Red Machine.
Yeah, going undefeated.
Oh,
let's see what Johnny Bench said. The wild card era. The Astros only played 7 games, Johnny. I get it, but still,
I think that probably in '76, how hot the Reds were and how good they were with all those great players. That if they would have thrown another team at them, they probably would have kept winning too. That Big Red Machine team at that point, I know the A's beat them. A's won 3 straight, but at that point in '76, they had blossomed. They'd beaten the Reds in '75. Now it's '76, and they're taking no prisoners.
Last NL team to repeat in the World Series.
It's incredible how good they were. How about this pork belly? You ever had pork belly?
I have. I'm going to order a pie soon.
All right. Are we getting right field, Will?
Yeah, I'll text him. I sent him a text.
See, this is the we're going to try the pork belly here. It's absolutely delicious. I love pork belly.
This is great television.
It's wonderful. You see the pork belly. This is why you come to the pie shop the chicken pie shop in Walnut Creek. You get unbelievable food. Trust me, it's unbelievable. Not as unbelievable as our next guest. How are you?
Doing all right, Tony. How you doing, buddy?
Game 1 of the World Series. We're ready to rock.
Absolutely. Let's go Phillies, though. Absolutely.
I don't think there is anybody who is listening or watching this today that's going to be rooting for the Houston Astros.
Oh, absolutely not. If anybody is, actually, I know one person who might. James Santos. I think he's on the Astros bandwagon a little bit.
How could anybody be affiliated with us and be rooting for? And I don't even buy the Dusty Baker thing.
No, I can't either. They cheated so many years ago. I know they're not cheating now, I guess, but how can you root for our division rival?
They're not cheating now, I guess. Like, how would they be cheating now? Because once you're a cheater, you're always a cheater, right?
Absolutely.
And that's the one thing. The thing that bothers me is the cover-up. I understand baseball's a business, right? And the Astros are a part of the 30 teams, are a part of this business. And it does not, to take a team and drag them through the mud is not good for the overall business.
No, absolutely hurts the business. You don't want that to be anything associated with your game whatsoever.
So you come in real quick. All right. And I'm sure there was a handshake deal with Crane in baseball. We'll fire the manager, we'll fire the GM, we'll fine you, we'll take some picks. We're done with this. And Jim Crane, the owner of the Astros, goes, okay, I'm cool with that. We keep our rings. We keep everything. Yep. This is all you got to do. All right, I'll fire those guys tomorrow. I'm sure there was an agreement. That's how that works. It's a good old boys club. And then baseball goes, all right, we're done with it. To where everybody goes, wait a minute. What about the cheating in 18? What about the cheating in 19? Well, then once you start bringing in the cheating in 18 and 19, now we're bringing in, okay, what were the Yankees doing? What were the Brewers doing? All these teams are ruined. What were the Dodgers doing? Now baseball, it's almost, Jim Crane said this, and I know this for a fact. It was a couple of years ago at the AT&T Pebble Beach Pro-Am. Jim Crane played in it as a celebrity. He was in the media tent with the KMBR morning show. I walked in after it. After Jim Crane, I walked into the media room. Jim Crane had said to them, he said what he said on air, but took his headset off. They all took their headset off, and he told them, oh, yeah, there's a lot of other people who are cheating. So basically what Jim Crane had to do to keep the World Series, to keep everything, they had to fall on the sword. And baseball basically said, listen, we're gonna punish the Astros. Everybody else, you're not going to get punished. Stop it now. So Astros, you keep your World Series. You're going to take this punishment. And baseball then just swept everything under the rug. And it's tough for us to swallow that.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, it's the same thing with the steroid era. They did the same exact thing with those guys. I mean, they probably knew McGuire, Sosa, and other guys were doing what they were doing in 1998. But it's the game of baseball, so why would they criticize that whatsoever? So, I mean, I get it. The Astros scandal, it's unfortunate. I mean, they're our division rival, and they were definitely doing stuff they should not be doing, and they hardly got punished for what they deserved to get punished for, and we're always going to have a question of doubt about them. Even now, I still think there's something. But like 2020 for sure, when they're hitting all the pitches off the A's, guys like Petit and everything else in Dodger Stadium, I thought there had to be something going on.
Juice baseball.
Well, that's probably
because we were hitting them too. I remember the one where Pinder hit it down the right field line, practically falling down, and it went out. And I went, wait a minute. When I was a kid growing up, now Dodgers had good pitchers, but they always called Dodger Stadium a pitcher's ballpark. Marine Lair, that
Absolutely.
whole deal. And, yeah, obviously we're playing during the day. It's the easy game. Balls are flying out like bouncy balls.
No, it was ridiculous how many baseballs are flying out of the stadium. But I always kept going, like, how the heck are the Astros hitting a ball 2 inches way the heck outside and we're crushing out of the stadium? It made no sense to me. Most guys would lay off that stuff and they're crushing out of the stadium. So I was like, But again, they're a great team. They really are. It's unfortunate as an A's fan having to see how we are now and what they got. It's tough.
Okay, so I think when you're on the road, this is me. When I think you're on the road and the TV camera finds you, I think it's organic. Cody thinks that you're actually giving them when you're going and your seat location. So I want you to come clean here.
Oh, absolutely.
On A's Cast Live. Is it organic and they're just finding you, or are you chasing glory and you're letting them know where you are?
Cody, you are wrong on that one, buddy.
Thank
I
you.
apologize.
Thank
it's
you.
organic. I would not. I don't need the TV time. I have a great time just being a baseball fan.
Thank you.
I love the sport. I mean,
He's calling you a glory hound.
Cody, how dare you, buddy? It's all right. Cody and I are cool. It's all good. But in all seriousness, I love the sport of baseball. I mean, I'll go to an A's game, and I might even go to a Pecos League game in Martinez. I'll do that. I just love the sport. The sport of baseball is wonderful. I'll be at the Arizona Fall League next week. So we'll see Zach Geloff, Denzel Clark, and those guys, and I'll report back to you whatever you would like. Anything else?
We're gonna need a scout. You're gonna have to call into the program, or we'll call you.
Whatever works, I'll be happy to do it.
And we'll get a full scouting report from the Arizona Fall League to see how the future of the Oakland A's, how they are doing.
I mean, the one guy everybody's talking really highly about pitching-wise is we need some pitching is Mason Miller. That guy touches 101, they said. His stuff's looking good. So, hey, we'll see. Hopefully he's up maybe midpoint next year. We'll find out.
I actually, been kind of trying to figure out a way to make us competitive next year, right? Because we were not competitive this year.
That's putting it nicely.
Yeah, 64 players, we weren't competitive. So I just in my head thinking, okay, because to me it's about starts, not necessarily about numbers of what they do. It's about starts. Like, okay, you get 30 starts from Cole Irvin. You get 25 starts from Blackburn. And then if you could get 20 from, let's say, Caprillion, Waldachuk, Sears. If I could get that dream scenario right there, I think I got an opportunity to win.
It would do a lot of good.
Not a ton of games. I'm not saying we're going to the playoffs. I'm saying we're competitive. If we can get that, because it takes stress off the bullpen. We saw what stress did to the bullpen. It destroyed it. So if we can get starts, I think we can have an opportunity to be competitive.
I wholeheartedly agree. I mean, there's some other guys hopefully throughout the way could help us fill out those gaps. Because, injuries in rotation are always happen.
You're going to need about 11 to 13 guys.
Which is crazy to think now. Years ago, guys could go 300 innings a game and they'd be fine. Now you baby them too much, and I think it's probably hurting their chances now. But no, there's potential in the system. Just 500 season next year would actually be a great number for us, I think, and I think it's a possibility.
God, I would probably give my left arm for a 500 season next year.
I'd say something else, but I don't want to say that on a family radio show.
Thank you very much. How did everything go down in Stockton this year?
Stockton, oh boy. It was kind of a rough one in Stockton this year.
Not the team, you. I'm worried about you.
Oh, me personally, being a fan was great. A lot of beers consumed. I mean, you got to do what you got to do.
Weren't you doing the PA?
I did some. I was going to get to that. Don't worry. I had to go with the fun stuff first. The PA announcing went well. I'll be doing about 20, 30 games next year for them, and this season went great. Alex Jensen, the Ports radio man, awesome guy. Helped me with some of the names I needed help with.
He's okay.
Yeah, I got to give him a shout out. He's also here, so I got to give him a little.
Here?
He's actually here. I got to give him a little bit of love there. But he helped me out with some of the names, but honestly, he did very well this year. It went great. I'm thrilled for the next season, and we'll see how it goes. Come on out to Banner Island Ballpark. Hit up Jordy for tickets, and we'll be good.
Bip is – we're supposed to have Bip Roberts. Yeah, so we'll go to Feldy because Bip's in traffic. Okay. Future for you. Do you want to do PA long-term?
I mean, if it was something that's available, it's great, but Amelia's doing a phenomenal job, so if she doesn't –
I'm not necessarily saying with the A's, but just with anybody. I mean, is this something you want to do?
I would only stay in the A's system. I don't want to go anywhere else. The A's are my team. The A's are where my heart bleeds green and gold. I wouldn't want to do any other team in any other area. A's or Ports, I got to stay in the system. That's all I'd love to do.
What happened if the 49ers called you?
Well, 49ers I would do for sure. That's
Sharks.
Sharks, I can't pronounce Russian names. That'd be a bad idea.
Warriors.
Warriors would be actually a good time. Okay, Bay Area sports I would do. Not the
Look
Giants.
at that. I already got him backpedaling here. He's already changed it. So you take those gigs.
I would take those gigs, but I would not take the Giants. That's a no.
Kings.
They're terrible. I wouldn't want to do that.
Can you imagine doing the Giants?
I mean, I don't want to.
We would be calling you the biggest fraud in the world.
Oh, you would. I would.
Oh my God.
That's why I couldn't do it. I don't want to deal with that. And also,
when we come over to play, I'd like open your door. You're a fraud. I'd heckle you.
Oh, and if you didn't, I'd be actually kind of more worried if you didn't do that. So I'd be all right.
So what's in the plans for the offseason?
A lot of San Jose Sharks, San Jose Barracuda hockey, the Arizona Fall League, and then I'll probably try to find whatever random sport I can find along the way. Keeps me entertained. And then I actually, believe it or not, folks, I actually do work. I work for a hotel in Oakland, and I will also probably pick up a hotel job in Pleasanton. I also do pizza delivery in Pleasanton as well. I try to find whatever work I can to pay for my baseball habit.
There's nothing wrong with that.
What's that?
There's nothing wrong. That's not a habit. That sounds like a good life right there.
Oh, it's a good life. Hey, if I could go on the road, I'm happy to do it. And, I mean, as you guys see, even though, it's organic, Cody. I enjoy what I get a chance to do, and it's a thrill. I appreciate it. I miss Ray Fosse very much, having him give me a hard time on TV.
Yeah.
He was very great with that. And then, I love Kuiper and Braden doing it, too. It's a good time.
Well, thanks for coming out to what do you think of Chicken Pie Shop?
Everybody needs to go to Chicken Pie Shop. The chicken pie is amazing here. I just had the spicy chicken. That was top-notch. Hey, good refreshments here. Come on out to the Chicken Pie Shop at Walnut Creek, everybody. You will not regret it.
Love it. Coming up next, our A's historian. We'll get some history with the World Series and the A's next right here on A's Cast Live.
Humanity has accomplished a whole lot so far. We created penicillin, the automobile, and the internet, not to mention drones, duct tape, and the hot dog. It's all thanks to the power of human connections. And Ring Central's here to make that even easier, more seamlessly and securely, on a platform built to grow your business. Say hello to a whole new way to say hello. Visit ringcentral.com and say hello to possibilities. Ring Central. Message, video, phone, together.
The Coliseum has gone by many names, but none better than the Last Dive Bar. Hi, everyone. Ken Korak here, and my friends at Last Dive Bar are helping us celebrate our longtime home. Last Dive Bar has the most unique merchandise for all Oakland baseball fans. T-shirts, sweatshirts, the Ray Fosse line, and my personal favorite, the lights have taken full effect. Visit their website at lastdivebar.com or follow them on social media at Last Dive Bar. All proceeds are invested back into the A's Community Fund and their affiliated charities. Go to lastdivebar.com. That's lastdivebar.com.
This is Chris Townsend for the Chicken Pie Shop of Walnut Creek. Great news! Our indoor dining is back, along with our beautiful patio dining. Come taste our world-famous chicken pie that has been served in Southern California for 83 years. The Chicken Pie Shop of Walnut Creek has one of the most dynamic menus, plus a full bar. Pot pies, gourmet burgers, sandwiches, salads, flatbreads, and more. Don't forget, we still do takeout and delivery. For all the information, go to chickenpieshopwc.com. That's chickenpieshopwc.com.
The Oakland Athletics begin spring training on February 25th. Now's the time to make plans to catch us in Mesa, Arizona, and enjoy the sunshine of your family and friends. Buy your tickets early for the best seats at the lowest prices as your green and gold take on the Giants, Dodgers, Padres, Angels, and more at Hohokam Stadium.
And Tony, it's a deep drive to right in the corner. Gritchick going back. He'll turn and watch it fly.
Get your tickets at athletics.com/spring. That's athletics.com/spring.
If you're looking for a new mattress, Nest Bedding has you covered. Sleep on the same mattress Hall of Famer Ricky Henderson sleeps on. Nest Bedding is a national brand with family-owned prices and service. You can shop at one of their Barrier locations, and all stores are sanitized and safe, or you can navigate their easy-to-use website, nestbedding.com. That's nestbedding.com. Green and gold fans, use the coupon code Oakland and you'll get 10% off your entire order. Nest Bedding, love where you sleep.
Big Murph, Sean Murphy stopped by A's Cast Live to talk about what Stephen Vogt has meant to his career.
You know, Stephen sort of ushered me into my career. My first spring training, he was there. And, you know, he was the guy I looked up to. I followed him around. And he took me under his wing when he didn't have to, and he made time for me when he didn't have to. And it speaks to who he is as a person. He's just a tremendous person. I can't say enough good words about Stephen. He's a genuine person. He cares. He's sincere with everything he does and everything he says. And it's gonna be a tough day for everybody.
To listen to the full interview and much more, go to athletics.com/A'sCast.
Coming in at 5'3", it's number one mom. She switched to Xfinity and got the all-new 3-for-1 bundle. Unlimited internet, streaming, and Xfinity Mobile. All for what you could pay wireless companies for just one 5G unlimited line. Boom shakalaka! Go to Xfinity.com/3-for-1, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. Limited time offer, restrictions apply. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. After 24 months, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
A's Cast Live continues from the town. Here's Chris Townsend.
Well, I tell everybody whenever he's on the program, because a lot of times, you butter everybody up, which I love to do because everybody we bring on deserves respect because they've got the credentials. As Shooty Babitt said, they got dirt on their spikes. But this man is a guy that I grew up as a kid watching, which ages both of us. But I watched his career, and I was there on a lot of nights to watch him, and he was truly one of my favorite players growing up. I mean, it scared the hell out of me when all of a sudden I was older, and he was getting into the media business, and I was going to meet him, and I was going to start working around him because I was like, if he's a jerk, it's going to break my heart because I loved him so much growing up. As he's Oakland's own, played for the A's, an all-star, had a terrific career, now a terrific broadcaster with NBC Sports California. You see him on A's pre- and post-game live. The all-star Bip Roberts, how are you?
I'm very well. Thank you so much for that. And, Townie, I was always one who never wanted to meet my heroes because I thought they might
scary,
be a jerk,
right?
Right.
You're like, man, and there's one of them that we both know that I can tell you wasn't as great as, and it scares you because you grow up and you think, man, I love this guy. Who was it? Who was the old Dodger? No, it wasn't a Dodger. Who told us Willie Mays was their guy? And that he would have smoked Willie Mays if he was. Oh, it was Raleigh Fingers. Raleigh Fingers said in the 1973 World Series, he's like, so Willie Mays signed. Raleigh Fingers grew up in Southern California, was a Dodger fan. Willie Mays signed something for him when he was a kid. And then later on, when they were at like a Hall of Fame dinner, he told Willie's all, you're lucky you signed that, or I would have drilled you in the 73 World Series.
And Raleigh would have, right? Raleigh's a man of his word. You definitely would have drilled Willie, even though Willie was probably one of the greatest players, if not the greatest player to ever play. But Raleigh just had a mentality. He was from the town. He was a part of building the Oakland A's to what they are today, that foundation, 72, 73, 74. And as a kid, I was here watching that, and Raleigh was one of my heroes. So he was more of a hero than Willie Mays to me at that time.
Well, that was the thing. I mean, when you're growing up, you're watching greatness. I mean, 3 straight World Series championships. I mean, you guys just thought that was something that happened every year.
Yeah, and growing up in Oakland, any part of Oakland, you could hear the cannons go off, the victory cannons. So no matter where we were, we would hear the cannons and we would go, the A's won today. And that's what kind of pulled us all in as a community. All the kids really understood who the Oakland A's were. There wasn't a part of Oakland where you could not hear that victory cannon. And so what we would do is we'd go to the ballpark and we would emulate all of those players, from Bert Campaneris, who was my favorite at the time, and Dick Green at second base, and Sal Bando. So I could name the entire lineup, but those were our favorites. And we could name those guys one by one as to what they did, where they were from, just what they looked like. Anytime we saw them, we knew who they were. And they were just household names around. And because of that, I think Oakland, our youth at that time, really had a thing for baseball. We really loved baseball. So the entire community was out there playing strikeout in the ballpark or playing 3-on-3 where right field was out. You could only hit the ball to left and center. And it was just a left fielder, a left fielder, a center fielder, and a shortstop. And we would play that game all day.
You had a lot of great teams. The Raiders had great teams. The Warriors won an NBA title also when you were a kid. I mean, growing up in Oakland at your time and in the 70s, wow. It's amazing, all the big games and the big names.
It was. I mean, I love Kenny Stabler. I love Phil Smith. I just loved all of those guys back in the day. But my dad used to always throw a little rain on the parade because the Raiders would play the Steelers, and he was a Steeler fan. And if the Steelers beat us, he would come in the room and just rub it in. And I still remember that.
That's wrong. That's wrong.
I still remember that. I'm like, Pops, really? We were there crying because the Raiders lost, and here he comes in there happy and joyful and talking about how Terry Bradshaw was such a superstar.
That's wrong.
That's just wrong.
That's just flat out wrong. Yeah, but you think about it. Yeah, when you talk about being able to name the whole lineup, we celebrated 72, and this last season, the 72 team. This season, we're going to celebrate 73. I mean, and when these guys get together, it's just amazing because the stories and the way that playing baseball fundamentally sound and doing it better than everybody else with great skill. It's like they were just unbeatable. Like they didn't win 116 games. They didn't need to. They just had to get in. And once they got in, you weren't going to beat them. And they ran through Cincinnati. The Mets team they beat in 73 was terrible. Like you go back and look at it and go, how did these guys make the World Series? How did they beat the Big Red Machine? But that Dodger team they beat at great players.
Yeah.
It's amazing the guys they went through.
And you know what's amazing is that all of us as kids just knew the A's were going to win. There was no doubt. It didn't matter who they played. We knew Cincinnati was a great team because Joe Morgan grew up in Oakland. Vada Pinson grew up in Oakland. And so we knew that they were a great team. And people around town kept saying, they got Joe Morgan. And Joe Morgan is a superstar. He's an MVP. And, when you watch, you go, yeah, these guys are good. And you thought, well, maybe there's a chance that Cincinnati could win. So you were always nervous about that series. Every game they played, I just remember feeling it in my stomach, the butterflies. But I just knew as long as Bert Campaneris was on the field, as long as Dick Green was on the field and Joe Rudy, and then we had Captain Sal, and then we had Ray Fosse and Gene Tennis. I mean, we just knew that no matter what happened, and of course Reggie Jackson,
he was pretty good.
He was pretty good, and then you had Billy North in center, or Dwayne Murphy, or whoever else was in center field. We just knew that some type of way, because we had this great pitching, and Vida was on the mound, and we knew Blue Moon was on the mound, and Catfish was on the mound, and Holtzman was on the mound. We just knew that these guys had the talent to win because we had watched them all year. And that's one thing I really liked as a kid, was being able to go to the ballpark and watch the swinging A's get busy out there, because these guys didn't play around. And if another team tried to intimidate them, they didn't back down. And so there were many nights where I sat in that bleachers in the rain watching the A's squab with another team. And I was just like, I'd go home and I'd go to the phone and call Mom, I'm going to be late because the game is running late because they had a brawl. So she was like, well, who was fighting, boy? Because she loved the game too. But we just knew the Oakland A's, they were a team that just couldn't be stopped. And they were our heroes, 72, 73, 74, and all the way up as a kid. So, there was no way that those teams were going to beat the A's.
So we've been trying to figure out how much, and we'll know here in for what exact time is first pitch? 5:03. So it's less than an hour. A lot of time off for both these teams.
Yeah.
I mean, for you as a hitter's all about rhythm and timing. What do you think that would be like? 4 days of just taking BP, and now they jack up the machines at 99 miles an hour, but still that's not the same. What do you think these days off would be like for you, and then get it going again?
Well, I think that the way I wanted to keep my mind sharp. I stayed in the mode. I never let myself come out of that to where I felt relaxed. So I don't think these guys have felt relaxed the last few days. They're keeping the pressure on themselves because they know they have to perform. This is the biggest stage, and you have to perform on this stage. So I think those guys have continued to just speak to one another, say, hey, man, look, we're not on vacation yet. We're not going fishing yet. We still got a work to do. And so keep your mindset according to what we have to do. Because the one thing you cannot do is relax. As soon as you relax, your body relaxes. And now your body wants to heal. And it's going to be tough to get back up for that. And I think that's one thing that these guys really understand, especially the Houston side. They understand because they had a long layoff before they even started playing in this playoffs. But then they went through and ran through everybody undefeated, and now they're kicking back again. But they understand that. The Phillies, I think what they have going for them is that they are the underdog. And the underdog always has this extra hunger in his belly to prove everybody wrong. Yeah, we won 86, 87 games. We were the 6th seed. But you know what? we've run through the champion. We've gone through the champion in the Atlanta Braves. And I think every team that gets there has to go through a champion. Any team that wants to win a World Series or a championship has to go through that defending champion. For some reason, that defending champion is always there in the playoffs, blocking another team from going ahead, going further. And I think that's something that the Phillies, they just said, you know what? It doesn't matter who we're playing. Everyone's going to underestimate us because we're the 6th seed. And we have a team that can swing the bat. They can pitch. The one thing I think they're a little short on is their defense. They might be a little short on their defense, and that's where Houston might end up winning this World Series.
You know, this new playoff format allows that team that didn't have the best regular season, but by the end of the year, they're tough.
Yeah.
I think like a team that you were on, like the 89 team, that was surging at the end of the year, but you ran out of time, would have been like one of those teams, like just get us in. Because at that time of the year, you were now an animal no one would want to fight.
Yeah. And that 89 team that you're referring to, we had a game against the Reds, and it was a game where we had to come back. I remember starting to rally in like the 9th inning, scoring a tying run. Now we come back in extra innings. It's 1 out. Benito's up. Bases are loaded. All we need is a fly ball, and we're going to get in. That was the whole thing about it. We would have tied the Giants that day. But Benito hits into a double play, and they get out of the inning. The next inning, Eric Davis comes up and hits a big double to knock in the game winner, and we come up and we fall short. That was the day when I realized, wow, sometimes you may only get one shot at it, and it's that one shot during the game that's going to help you win, whether it's the 1st inning, the 7th inning, the 9th inning.
Yeah.
And if you don't take advantage of it, it comes back to haunt you. And so I remember that season as being one where
So
close. You know, and the thing about it was the Tribune took a picture. I happened to be sitting on the bench at the end of the game. And the one thing I really noticed is that it was a whole bunch of garbage up under the bench right there at that time. And I said, wow, here I am taking this picture, but I'm noticing all the garbage up under the bench.
At least it wasn't one with the sombrero, which is one of the great baseball cards. Bip Roberts in a sombrero.
Yo, man, that was
What
fun.
year was that?
That had to be like about 93, 94, something like that, 94. Just one of those things where they had the Mexican Heritage Day, and they were out there, and they had the garb on, the costumes, and they were dancing and had the sombreros. And for some reason, I was out there early, and I just thought, wow, that's a pretty cool little – let me see that sombrero. And I just put it on, and it was right before the game. I was in my pregame mentality, and I put it on, and somebody snapped a picture, and it looked.
And next thing you know,
it's on a baseball.
It's
card.
a famous baseball card.
It was not planned that way.
Yeah, you talk about that kind of team though. What's that mentality like? Take us like how the Phillies feel right now, where you may not be the most complete, well-rounded team, but you feel like, man, we can beat anybody.
Yeah, I think when each player walks in that clubhouse, they're like, is Bryce Harper here? Is he okay? Can I get you anything? Because that dude, man, is real. That's a guy, man, right now that when as a player, if I'm his teammate, I'm looking at him and saying, we're going to win, guys, because we got him.
Yeah.
We got him.
That's what I said. I've been trying to tell people. He's like that 12-year-old kid who's the most dominant kid leading his team to the Little League World Series. And everybody's like, we got that. We're all on board. When your star player is playing like a 12-year-old, it's infectious.
Yeah. Well, at 12, he was 6'1", 175 pounds. So
he was good at 12.
He's always been
30.
a man.
Yeah.
He's always been a man. Now you look at him, he's about 200 pounds, solid with a beautiful swing. And as I watch him, I start to realize how good he really is. And I think a lot of people, because he's on the East Coast and we're here on the West Coast, they don't know how good he really is. And so I think that's one of the reasons why Philly's kind of overlooked. But when you look at him in the lineup and the guys that are around him, he makes them better because of the what he brings to the plate as far as the knowledge at the plate, the swing to hit the ball from left field to right field. I mean, the home run he hit to win the ball game was moving away from him, and he stayed with it. And he drove it to left field out the yard. So, again, you talk about a guy who, from the time he picked up a bat, he was destined to be in this situation. Now, he missed his opportunity over in Washington, but he's here. And now he's a guy who's really helped carry this team, even though he had been hurt a lot this year. But it's his mentality, his work ethic. It's the things that he brings to the game, the intangibles. And I think it's rubbing off on everyone because when they see him having positive at bats and he's doing damage, they want to do the same thing. And we always say hitting is contagious. And they just have a team from 1 to 9 who likes to swing the bat. And so I just think it's going to come down to pitching to see if they can stop these Phillies because they're hot. And they've beaten teams that they weren't supposed to beat. They're here, and they're representing very well for the city of Philly.
Well, and Houston has been absolutely dominant. I mean, they're undefeated. So it's like you got the team that you knew was going to be here and be dominant versus the team that, they got the it factor no one believed in, and let's go. Something's got to give.
Well, you have two stories here. You have a story of a great team in Houston. That is a great team from top to bottom, pitching, relieving, defense. They got guys who could swing the bat. You talk about Philly, that's a great story because you got, again, the city of Philly, the city of Rocky Balboa, the underdog, now on the big stage with opportunity to win the championship. And it's one of those things where this could be a great story. The 6th seed, the team with the least amount of wins, who got in by playing extremely well the last 2 months of the season, found a way to get in. And then with the talent, they decided, you know what? Hey, guys, we're here. Let's continue that underdog mentality. No one believes that we can win. We believe we can win. And now we'll just see what happens on the field.
And you look over at the Astros, man, they're loaded.
Oh, boy, they are.
They got everything.
Yeah. I really like what Dusty did, and I watched what he was doing all year when it came to his starters. He wasn't that manager who, after 4 innings, I got to get him out. His pitch count is up. He said, you know what? You're in the 5th inning, you're struggling out there. Let me see you get out of it. Let me see you learn something from what's going on through this experience out there. And these guys go 5, 6, 7, and 8. And you're looking like he is actually developing a pitching staff. And all those guys now, if they get in trouble, they're not looking in the dugout. Just to get me out of here. They're like, I've been here before. I know how to get out of this. Watch me get out of this. And once they get out of it, they start to just kind of breeze through the next few innings because, again, you may get in trouble 1 inning. Doesn't mean you're going to get in trouble the next inning. But if you don't have the experience to get out of that 1 inning, you get yanked out the ball game. So you never learn the experience. But Dusty, throughout the season, said, you know what? I'm not coming out here to get you. I'm coming out here to see if you're okay. Now get through it. Show me something. And that's why they're there now.
Dusty is a lot of things to a lot of people.
Yeah.
Right. And I think Shooty said it earlier today on this show. He's the godfather of African-American players right now in Major League Baseball, what he's meant to so many different people, and he got that from Hank Aaron. Right.
Right.
And he's become, whether his playing days, managing days, everything that he's been through. I'm sure you know him.
Yeah.
Just what would it mean for Dusty Baker to get that World Series title as a manager? He has one as a player.
Yeah, he has one as a player. So he has that ring. And now I think even if he wins it, great, because he's been one of the best managers, the greatest managers that we've ever seen. He's got the most wins of all active managers right now. Every team he's gone to, it's always been one of those things where this team has always had some issues before he got there. And then all of a sudden it seems to level out when Uncle Dusty gets there. They start to win.
These guys had a lot of issues.
They had a whole lot of issues over there, didn't they? Houston was like, wow, nobody wanted to see Houston believing that these guys were cheaters and they had done everything the wrong way to win. And then Dusty comes in, he takes all the bullets, I would say, for this team. He steps out in front and says, hey, some things happen, but this is a new day, and this is how we're going to go in this direction. And so I think he's always been a calming effect no matter where he goes because of his experience, because as a player he won a World Series, but also because he really knows how to treat men. He really knows how to lead men. He allows these guys to be themselves. I mean, now I'm sure he's got 2 rules: be on time and come and play hard. And that's it. Other than that, he's going to let you be yourself. And I just think that when you start talking about African-American players, 7.6% last year, 7.2% this year is not very many of them. So I think that's unfortunate from that standpoint. But I think that there's a lot of young kids in the pipeline right now. And I think one of the greatest mentors they could have is to someday meet Dusty Baker, because he can give them all the info that they need on how to become a great player and how to stay in this league. And how to reach back and make sure that the next guy gets pulled up with him. So I think Dusty's done a tremendous job of that as a manager, as a player, as a person. I think he's one of those guys that when you're around him, you can feel why he's so successful, because it's the things he says and it's the way he says them. And certain people just have a certain attitude about them. It's like a magnet, and you just are drawn to them. And Dusty is one of the coolest managers that's out there. So again, I think all of the teams that he's managed, they know that Dusty won't ever throw them under the bus. He'll always step in front of that bus for them. And I think that goes a long way with him.
Yeah, well said. And I know there's a lot of people not pulling for the Astros, but pulling for Dusty. It's tough to pull for them. I mean, it's just, especially as an A's fan, it is tough. But Dusty is a good human. There's no question about it. For you, this offseason, what happens when you get out of baseball mode? I know you're going to a football game tonight to watch Andre Ward's son to play football, but what does Bip Roberts do? Baseball season ends. Is it still the real estate? What do you got going?
Man, I've been doing a lot of uncuffed project work, and that's my 501c3, where I work with a lot of former incarcerated citizens. And what we've been doing lately is just speaking to different mayors in different cities, Oakland, Vallejo, Fairfield, Livermore, and just actually getting a feel of what it takes in order to buy properties there and have transitional housing for those who are homeless, for those who are in transition coming out of the prison system. And so we've just been building a lot of partnerships. I've taken a lot of meetings. I am now that guy I am the senior navigator for the program. So my job is to set up meetings so that we can continue to move this program forward. And yesterday on my birthday, I was in a meeting with the Vallejo mayor. And I was like, wow, man, in between all my birthday celebration, I got to stop here and talk to you about this. And so our Uncuffed project, the CEO, another CEO, and one of our doctors that's in the program, we went and sat with the mayor and figured out how Vallejo, the south side, which is very, very destitute right now. It's got a lot of buildings that no one's in. We want to go over there and try to revitalize that, put some people in those houses over there, rebuild that community, make that part of the community feel like they're wanted and they're part of something that could be special. And so those are the type of things that I've been doing since the end of the season. I got a meeting coming up with the advisor for the Secretary of State superintendent. So that's on Monday. But every day, I told these guys, fill up my calendar. I do have a staff.
You got to have a staff with all the meetings you got going on.
Yeah, I actually do. I make sure that the calendar is full each month, and I want a meeting every day, because my thing is that once you start a program like this, you want to get it completed. You don't want to leave a bunch of open windows where it wasn't completed. And so each time that we speak to someone, whether it be the housing security in the mayor's office in Oakland, we work with them to make sure that we can find funding to buy these houses and then have the services that can help those that are up under those roofs.
So you're doing good for other people.
Well, I like to say I'm doing God's work, because I've been given a calling. I feel it, and I know that that's where I should be. Funny thing, a friend of mine, he was a coach of mine, Ted Sanders. When I came back to Oakland from San Diego, he said, I knew you'd come back. I said, well, how did you know I would come back? He said, because you always want to help people. And I was like, well, I never thought about it like that. And then after a couple of years, I started to realize I am actually here helping people.
Yeah.
And so I really enjoy that. Of course, I love to doing work on television and all that, but it's just something about helping another person, because in certain situations, a lot of people have no hope. And then when you come in and you find ways to help them, feed them, get them groceries, find a way to help them pay their bills, then your focus starts to change. Like, it's not about me, it's about you. And I just get this, I don't know, it's kind of an anointing feeling when I'm helping someone and they're starting to move forward with their life, and it's been positive.
And it's also good to have you still in baseball and to be doing A's pre and post game live. You're very good at it. And I told you this, if you got a chance to see it, when Bip was doing the color for the broadcast, it was so real and refreshing. There's not a stick there. There's you just doing baseball and you being you, which was entertaining and allowing you, because so much of what you've done in television is scripted. Right? Our segments, when when you're with Brody or you're with me doing A's pre and post game live, it's a script, right? We're going, this is not a script. This was just Bip finally being able talk baseball. There it is in front of you. I thought it was phenomenal.
Well, thank you so much. It was an opportunity because Dallas was having his kid, and I was home laying on the couch.
Out of nowhere, where's Dallas is off to Southern California, and then all of a sudden we're all switching positions. Like,
right.
What? What's going on?
We got a great team, though.
Yeah.
You know, we all
All of a
picked up
sudden
each
it's like,
other.
you got to get to San Francisco, and you got to fill in for Brody. I'm like, where'd Brody go? What?
Right,
Yeah.
right. And it was just one thing where I just said, you know what? I'm just going to pray on it, and I'm just going to just ask God to let me say the words that I need to say. I'm not going to try to be something that I'm not. It's not about, being a comedian on air. It's not about having a shtick, like you said. It's about just seeing what you see and just talking about what you see and just enjoying the game. And Delaire wanted me to tell some stories. I'm not one who tells a lot of stories about myself because I just feel like that's for someone else to do for me. I don't like to build
But
myself
your
up.
eyes, I've known you a long time. You see things other people don't.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not something that you're going to get in a studio.
Right.
Because you're talking about games that happened yesterday and about a game that's happening today. That allowed you to look at the game and just, you reacted kind of without thinking. You're just reacting to what you're seeing. And I think people got to see that side of you that they've never seen before. I saw it.
Yeah. And you told me about it. And I was it just made me feel good because, again, I was laying on my couch and I wasn't thinking about doing anything other than laying on my couch at that time. And Devin called.
I was driving to Oakland, and all of a sudden you need to now drive to San Francisco.
And so we just do what we do. We are guys who can make adjustments on the fly. That was a part of it. I just enjoyed it. I really did, hanging out with Glenn and sitting up there watching the game and talking about the game. The thing that was a little different was we had to talk for 9 innings, but it went so quick. Games never go that fast when you're sitting in the studio and you're waiting for it to end. You're looking like this is only the 3rd inning, man. And
3 hours and 25 minutes later.
Right, 3 hours.
Oh.
But it seemed like every inning was just flying by. When I looked up, the game was over, and I had done 6. I thought, I didn't know I was going to do 6. I thought maybe.
See, that's why play-by-play guys, they don't think the games are long. But the guys that do pre and post, they go,
right.
Are you kidding me?
Right.
Because when the game's over, they're done.
They're done.
We're just getting started.
Yeah, yeah.
Anything you want to promote or how people can get a hold of you?
Well, really, I know I'm still doing the real estate, and I got a website for all of that stuff. But my thing is the Uncuffed Project and helping people in the community. And we have a website. You can go to the uncuffedproject.org, and on there you'll see exactly what we're doing. You'll see Bip Roberts, the senior navigator. But there's also a button for donations, whether it be clothing, whether it be some cash, or whatever it may be. Because a lot of the things that we have to get, those who are coming out, is we have to get them 2 backpacks. And those 2 backpacks is something that lasts them for 90 days. In that backpack, they have clothes, they have food, they have a cell phone, and they have what they need to get started. So for those first 90 days, they don't have to worry about where am I going to get my next meal, or how am I going to call people that I need, or how am I going to get there, because our guys pick them up when they get out. As soon as they get out, come through that gate, our guys are there waiting to take them where they need to get to. And so we have 1,400 that have been released, and we have not one gone back. No recidivism rate.
That's great.
And so I think that the program is really running because we're everywhere. We're in 36 different prisons right now. The guy who's the CEO was in prison for 32 years, and he started it in prison while in chapel with one of the chaplains. So I think it's coming from a good place in the heart, and it's really helping people because it's God-driven. It's not about what I'm trying to do. Somebody called me and said, would you like to be a part of it? And I said, sure, I would. And from there, it was just one of those things where, oh, this is where I'm supposed to be right now. I'm supposed to be helping these guys because as it says, I know those who are saved, but it's those that are lost that I want to celebrate. And I think that's what we want to do. We want to celebrate the lost and bring them back.
You're good people, Bip Roberts.
You're good people.
You're good people.
You're all right with me, my friend.
He's one of my heroes growing up right here. This was my guy. I mean, we're now 2 older guys, but yeah, growing up, Bip Roberts was one of my favorites. And it's been an honor to work with you, TV, radio, everything that we've done. It's been an honor. So thank you for stopping by. It means a lot.
Thank you, my friend.
Keep doing what you're doing, and we'll talk soon.
All right.
Now we're going to get to the historian next. We'll talk to Feldy, the great Dave Feldman, next, right here on A's Cast Live.
Oakland Athletics spring training is right around the corner, and you can be part of the excitement. Get your tickets now and plan ahead for a fun-filled trip to Mesa, Arizona this spring. Pack the sunscreen, bring your friends, pick up some ballpark classics, and watch your green and gold get ready for the regular season. Get your tickets today to see the Athletics take on the Giants, Padres, Cubs, Dodgers, and more. Tickets are on sale now at athletics.com/spring. That's athletics.com/spring.
The Coliseum has gone by many names, but none better than the Last Dive Bar. Hi, everyone. Ken Korak here, and my friends at Last Dive Bar are helping us celebrate our longtime home. Last Dive Bar has the most unique merchandise for all Oakland baseball fans. T-shirts, sweatshirts, the Ray Fosse line, and my personal favorite, the lights have taken full effect. Visit their website at lastdivebar.com or follow them on social media at Last Dive Bar. All proceeds are invested back into the A's Community Fund and their affiliated charities. Go to lastdivebar.com. That's lastdivebar.com.
Humanity has accomplished a whole lot so far. We created penicillin, the automobile, and the internet, not to mention drones, duct tape, and the hot dog. It's all thanks to the power of human connections. And Ring Central's here to make that even easier, more seamlessly and securely, on a platform built to grow your business. Say hello to a whole new way to say hello. Visit ringcentral.com and say hello to possibilities. Ring Central. Message, video, phone, together.
Martin Gallegos of MLB.com stopped by A's Cast Live and laid out the plan to build the next core of players for the A's.
In terms of getting more competitive towards next year, you hope that, some of these guys who got called up this year, like Shea Langoliers, Nick Allen, Jordan Diaz, some of these guys, take that next step next year, have their full year under their belt. And along with, other guys like Tyler Soderstrom and Zach Geloff finish the year at AAA, you hope that those guys can come up at some point, whether it's, the second half, and kind of start, building something here, a core group of guys like we saw, a few years back with Chapman, Olsen, Pinder, all these guys that came up. See these guys, who have won together in the minors kind of start to mesh at the big league level. And if you can kind of develop that core next year, I think that's what it's all about for next year. Taking a step forward, being more competitive, winning more games than this year. But more importantly, I think finding that core group of players, core group of young guys, out of those prospects that you have down there, and hope that some of them evolve into, players who you can count on for the next few years to lead that next, playoff group here in Oakland.
To listen to the full interview and much more, go to athletics.com/A'sCast.
A's Cast Live continues from the town. Here's Chris Townsend.
How is it possible you have a weekend off during the college football year?
One of those magical mysteries of the schedule.
You mean I don't get another Cal Washington game?
You enjoyed that last week, didn't you?
Wow. There's been some bad Pac-12 football this year.
There has been some tough, but the top of the conference is really good, right?
All right, who's legit?
UCLA, USC, Oregon, Utah.
Which one of them could compete with the top SEC schools?
I don't know if any of them could, to be honest with you.
So if I had to match them up, let's say against Tennessee, who's now all of a sudden back.
Yeah, Oregon can handle Tennessee. I know they had the tough start first game of the year against Georgia.
Long time ago.
But against Tennessee, Oregon, they have the talent. Maybe not the size as much on the front line, but they have the skilled players who can match Tennessee.
Not SC? Too early?
I think USC's defense isn't quite there. I think they will be, but not right now. Offensively, again, good, but probably not good enough defense.
They only have 19 transfers or something like
it's
that.
Unbelievable how many people Lincoln Riley
This
brought
transfer portal thing is out of hand.
It's free agency. It's free agency every year, and you're seeing it a lot in football. Interesting, you're not seeing it as much in basketball. A little bit, but because if you're good, you're going to get playing time at whatever school you're at, where a lot of the football transferring is to get a chance to play. In basketball, you're already good enough. You're playing.
It's really working out for Jimbo Fisher in Texas A&M.
Yeah, it's been a little tough there. I guess he canceled his TV meetings today.
Oh, did it? It's been a rough one for Jimbo. On this date, I got the notification. On this date in A's baseball history, you kind of forget because you're like, wow, this is late in October. But, of course, because of the earthquake, today was the day, 1989. Do we have the highlight? Let's go.
The A's play up at the corners, McGuire and Lansford. Because of Butler's ability to bunt. He's already bunted for a base hit. The one strike pitch. Swung on bounce off McGuire's glove. Phillips has it. Throws to Eckersley in time. Another great play by Tony Phillips. And the A's have won the World Series in a sweep. Eckersley had the ball hit to the right side by Butler off McGuire's glove. Phillips fielded it, and Eckersley beat the speedy Butler to first base. It's a 1-4-3 play, and Tony Phillips may not get the MVP, but Tony Phillips should. And the A's win it here. They're celebrating at first base as they have won it 9-6 in what looked like a routine game, 8-0. The Giants battled back to make sure that everyone knows that they were a championship ball club, and then the A's held on to win it by a score of 9-6.
And of course, Lon, being a former Giant broadcaster, may have had a little fun with the A's taking down the Giants in a sweep.
Well, let's talk about that's Lon doing the ninth inning.
Yeah.
All right. Not Bill King. Bill King had laryngitis. He was in the booth, but he couldn't talk, which, I mean, it was killing him. Literally, Bill King, it was killing him that he couldn't be on the air. Couldn't call the A's winning the World Series. But he would be writing notes to Lon frantically during the whole game, little stats and whatnot. He was like the most overpriced stat guy probably in the history of radio broadcasting, giving Lon notes. But yeah, so Lon got to call that game because Bill had laryngitis.
Hey, I did not know that.
Yeah, I think about 33 years ago today, I was there. I was at Candlestick. I went to all 4 games, well, 5 because I was there for the earthquake as well. And I was thinking about it. It's 33 years ago. So unless you're 40, you don't have a memory of the A's winning the World Series. I mean, it hasn't happened in your lifetime yet. And I trying to express what it was like for me as huge A's fan, right? Live and die with that team. Died through 1988, crushed. You get to 89, you add Ricky, you're back in the World Series. The earthquake happens.
I remember I was a junior in high school, and back then, you can't wait to get home. Got to baseball practice, can't wait to get home for the World Series, and then you're like, what the hell?
Yeah, and it was just typical like A's stuff, right? Something always seemed to overshadow the A's no matter what. But we come back for games 3 and 4 in San Francisco 10 days later after the earthquake. And when they finally got that last out, when Phillips flipped that ball to Eckersley, and I'm in the press section, and there's no cheering in the press box, I cheered. I stood up, my hands. And because it was this total feeling of exhilaration as a fan, there were no more outs to get. You had gotten the last out. You had won the World Series. It was relief, exhilaration, excitement, and just this pure happiness that just, for me, overtook me. And, I've been lucky enough with the Warriors to win titles. And I know the Giant fans have had theirs, but for me, that was my title. And it's just that feeling that I haven't felt in 33 years. I'm ready to feel it again. But
no
it was
parade. So as you mentioned, things overshadowed. They didn't get their full.
They didn't. And here's the thing. So I was in the clubhouse after the game. And again, it wasn't the champagne and everybody wearing goggles and shaking the bottles and the whole deal. There were beers being passed around and happiness, but it wasn't like what other teams got to experience winning. You had to show respect for what had happened with the earthquake. And it was the right tone that the A's set. Yeah. But still, in that moment, to me, it's just one of the favorite things I've ever seen is Zagaris is in there. Michael Zagaris, the A's team photographer, he's taking photos of everybody. And he's going to get the A's starting pitchers together with the trophy. Mm-hmm. And there's Stu, Mike Morse, Storm Davis, and Bob Welch. And he's ready to take the picture. And Stu says, no, wait, and starts yelling for Kurt Young. And Stu would not let that picture get taken without the 5th member of the starting staff, who was kind of forgotten right there. He didn't really pitch in the postseason. They didn't use all their starters. Obviously, they only used 2 starters in the 89 World Series. Although Kurt Young would have started game 3 if there was no earthquake, because Bob Welch had hurt himself and he wasn't going to be able to go, and Kurt was going to get that start. But again, to get that photo and Dave Stewart, it was one of the classiest things I've ever seen in a clubhouse. In the middle of the celebration, he's not thinking about himself. He's thinking about his teammates. It tells you more about Dave Stewart than anything.
On this date in baseball history, 1989, we're actually going over some for this game with Justin Verlander being on the mound, and all of a sudden we started, you start talking World Series. You see A's in there. Most home runs ever given up, Verlander and Catfish. Vida wasn't very good in the World Series.
Yeah, he was okay. He had a couple bad outings, but he had a couple starts where he pitched well and did not get a decision or came up with a loss. But he never won a World Series game.
0-4.
And so you think back, it was, Ken Holtzman started all the game ones, and then Catfish would come in, and you flip back later, Stu was your game one starter. He was great in game one in 88, obviously a shutout in game one of 89, not good in game one of 1990. And it was one of the few times I ever saw Stu get rattled, right? Because all going up into the 90 World Series, we kept hearing about the Reds' speed and how they're going to steal bases and all this. So Barry Larkin gets on and Eric Davis is up, and Stu goes to a slide step. Stu never used a slide step, but it was in his head about their speed. Slide step, fastball, Eric Davis, goodbye.
Eric the Red.
See you
Who
later.
then would hurt his spleen?
Yes, with kidney. He got his kidney diving, and Mark Schott left him in Oakland. The team plane leaves. They've swept. They're going back to Cincinnati to celebrate. And there's Eric Davis in a hospital in Oakland. It's like a forgotten man.
Unbelievable. But talking about A's not getting their due all time, Ken Holtzman is one of the great big game pitchers of all time. And when you ask about big game, and I've gotten to interview him one time, and he was great. But you talk about big game pitchers in the postseason, he's never brought up.
No, they don't talk about him. You look back even in his LCS against the Orioles, 11 innings. He pitched 11 innings to win a game that Bergkamp and Harris wins with a walk-off homer. A walk-off homer that's never talked about again, right? Again, it was like, the ALCS was new in the early 70s. It started in 69 when there was the divisions, and people weren't really sure what to make of them. But if you look back now, Holtzman and what he did in the playoffs, what Campy did in the playoffs, you heard Lon Simmons say Tony Phillips could have been the MVP of the 89 World Series. He could have been. His defense was phenomenal, and he was terrific offensively. 73 World Series, Bergkamp and Harris could have been the MVP. He was getting big hits and playing great defense and being that pest on the bases. Unbelievable postseason players, and that's how you win 3 in a row, right, where guys step up and are better than you think they are.
And we're going to celebrate the 73 team, and we just had Raleigh Fingers on. And really the big question about the 73 World Series is, how the hell did the Mets get there?
Yeah.
You look at that, you're like, Willie Mays is 42 years old or 43, and he's hitting third. I mean, obviously, you still got Seaver and you got some starting pitching, but that was a terrible team.
Yeah, it was an 82-win team. They beat out the Cardinals to win the East, but you get hot at the right time, and you beat the Reds. And you talk about this Phillies team, right? The last team into the postseason.
Last team to beat the Astros.
Last team to beat the Astros. And now they're the hottest team in the postseason. And we've talked about all year. I've thought the Astros are the best team. They're the most complete team. But the Phillies are the hottest team. And sometimes it's better to be the hottest team than the best team. And you look at the Phillies, and if Bryce Harper continues this, Rhys Hoskins hits enough home runs, Sir Anthony Dominguez is throwing heat and closing ball games, there's no reason the Phillies, being as hot as they are, can't beat the better team.
Yeah, and it's so funny to me, the whole national thing is like everybody, and I started the show with this driving up here because it just made me angry, is all year long it's been like, oh, the Yankees are historic, the Dodgers are historic, and then now they flipped the script. Oh, we knew the Astros were.
Right.
Well, where were you all year when I'm getting these MLB notes and everything is about how great all these other teams are? Now they're great. Oh, yeah, thanks.
Yeah, you look back
Appreciate
at this
that.
team. What I like about the Astros is you have a dominant starting staff and then a dominant bullpen where everybody knows their role. And we talked about it last week with Ryan Stanek. All of a sudden he gets pushed down. Great regular season, but now these other guys are starting to step up and are actually moving him down the line, but he's still there. So they have such a good pitching staff. The offense is good. They're tested. They've been in the World Series before. Yuri Gurriel, right? Batting champ last year, down year. I do not want to face him in a clutch situation in the World Series. He's such a good hitter.
Well, we were going position by position. They had the thing. He's 30. I'm like, he's 38?
Yeah, he's an old
man. It's so impressive. And it really, certain organizations make everybody look bad. Houston's that team. you say whatever you want about the cheating, but when you go through the list of all the guys they've lost, when you look how they've replaced all these guys, and it hasn't been done with money, it hasn't been done with increasing payroll. So all the excuses that people have all the time why they don't win, the Astros keep winning and answering all the questions. So it's like when people say, well, we lost these guys and it's about money, it's about that, like the Astros, they just keep they've lost so many guys, but they just keep replacing them and not spending more money.
No, it's building your farm system. When we talked about it so much, and making smart moves, getting Yordan Alvarez for what Josh Fields, a journeyman relief pitcher they traded to the Dodgers. You pick up Yordan Alvarez. Come on, having Jeremy Pena hitting on some of your international signings, right, which the A's have tried. They haven't hit on them yet.
No.
But it's hitting on those guys, building from within, and having guys ready to replace guys who leave, who ultimately will leave. You look at the starting staff for the Astros, and you go, okay, Verlander, yeah, that was a brilliant trade at the deadline, but Framber Valdez, Urquidy, Luis Garcia, Lance McCullers, I mean, this is all guys that they brought into their system and have developed, and continually smart baseball people running that team. Now they're starting to lose some of those guys, right? They're getting promoted and getting jobs in other organizations. So we'll see how it goes going forward, but it's building a whole organization, not just your major league team, but your minor league team as well, and building those guys up. Houston has done a dynamic job at that.
And I say it all the time with A's fans because we just like, wait, why don't we ever sign everybody? The Astros are a great example. Okay, they signed Bregman, but $110 million is not a lot of money in today's baseball. Tuve was 140. Cody, how much was he?
I think he's 155-ish for like
still not crazy money. And
Gordon's like 144.
This is so that they don't break the bank, and the guys that are going to break the bank, Garrett Cole, it's see you later.
Right.
So they've done a very good job of managing money and not going crazy and increasing salary. And now the Houston Chronicle has this article out saying James Click, their GM, well, he doesn't win this, he might be out. Like there's animosity going on between the owner and the GM. It's like, are you crazy?
Yeah, I know. You get to a certain level and the expectations get so blown out of whack, right? It reminds me of Aaron Judge in New York, right? Fans are booing him because now he set this standard of being up here. So if he's a little bit down, you're going to boo him. If you're the Astros, you go to the World Series 4 times, but you don't win. Well, he's no good. Well, are you crazy? It's people, they get lost in these expectations and what the Astros have done in this run of success. And it started with a run of failure. Right? This was the worst team in baseball.
Hashtag Lastros.
Right?
I loved it on Twitter.
2013, they come to the AL. A's going to be more excited because this was a team they were going to be able to beat up on. But they stayed the course. And you look at this long run of success now, and I think all teams are envious of this run of success the Astros have had.
All right, if we had to, if we're my kid's college tuition is based off this World Series, I mean, this is either Stanford or De Anza.
Well, yeah, you're going to DVC if you're judging on me, but
I mean, this could be West Valley versus going to UCLA. Where are we going with the money? I got to win.
See, to me, I'm always going to go with the best team, and that's the Astros. But it's no guarantee that they're going to win. That's why baseball is so different than other sports. I really believe that the best team in the NBA, 95% of the time, is going to win because they have the best players.
How many times did the best team not win?
In baseball, all the time.
I mean, in the NBA,
never. They always win.
Like if the Celtics, or it could have been either a toss-up Celtic Lakers when we were like kids. But
they were the best team. They were going to be in the finals. Yeah. There was never any doubt. When Kobe and Shaq were at the Lakers,
what?
No doubt.
What do you? What a guy?
73 Warriors are on the phone. They were the best team throughout the entire year, and they lost.
74-75 Warriors or 73.
No, the 73 win Warriors.
Okay, the guys
they lost in Game 7. They got to the very end.
The Lakers when they brought in Malone and Peyton, was that when they lost to the Pistons? They're the best
was
team.
74 years old. Karl Malone was 68.
They had Chauncey and Rip,
Tayshaun Prince.
Mitch Richmond's on the bench. What's he doing? No, but I think Houston is the best team. I think they're built to win the way their bullpen has defined roles. I think that's a huge thing. I really do. I think going into games, you know how they're going to end if you have the lead. It's going to be hard to beat. And I will say that again, the Phillies, one guy gets hot. If Bryce Harper goes supernova, could change the whole equation.
I want to ask you, as someone who deals in a lot of different sports, as we get older, we got different things in our lives, right? You know, I can tell you, wife, kids, I got all kinds of stuff going. I got the chicken pie shop at Walnut Creek. I got a lot going on. Certain things, like now that I'm out of the NFL, now that I'm out of sports talk, like NBA, there's certain things that don't. What keeps you year after year coming back strong to where I'm already telling you, now that I'm out of sports talk, there's some things that I really don't care.
Yeah, I'm a little bit that way with the NFL because I back when the Raiders moved the first time, I was done with the NFL. So I don't have a lot of interest in there, but
college football for me, I love college football. Like I can sit there all day and watch college football. I don't even know who's on the teams. I love college football. I love the brand, the style. I love it.
I love the competition. And I think that's what drives me to watch sports. College sports, obviously working with Pac-12 networks, I watch a lot of it. And you see these teams and how they develop. And these aren't professional players. These are guys giving their all, trying to win. And I like that competition. I like the NBA. It's been great with the Warriors. But honestly, for me, and it was kind of like with this A's season last year where I know a lot of people stopped watching or whatnot. I still love the games themselves. So you take away all the stuff out of it, right? And just concentrate on that game today. And that's what baseball's great about. You can win today. Yeah, you might be a 100-loss team, but you got a chance to win today. And that's different to me than the NFL, where there's so few games. You're a bad team, you're not winning. It doesn't matter. But you can get into this game today. And that's what drives me with sports.
Are you going Jeff Kent? You got to love the game.
Jeff Kent, I got to wash a car in the back. No, I do. Even this year, and I think back to people who are asking, how'd you make it through this year? I go, I still love the games. I still think they're interesting, and you can get excited and you can get frustrated and get annoyed by things, and you can also see things that are amazing.
Yeah, I always love when people talk. Yeah, you're there during the good times. Come join us during a bad season when you got to come on after every game in a bad season.
It's hard, and people talk about when the Warriors got good. You know, I've been doing stats on Warrior broadcasts for over 30 years. I saw a lot of bad basketball. I saw 17-win teams, right? I saw Brian Winters be a head coach. I saw Dave Cowens be a head coach. I just terrible teams. I deserve this. I deserve to get to fist bump Steph Curry because I sat through a lot of bad basketball. And now you really appreciate what you have now because of that. And I think, you know, we talk about like Houston fans, how they get spoiled. Giant fans got spoiled because newer fans who join in, they don't understand what it's like to be bad. And I was kind of happy for some of the newer Warrior fans who had to go through the year 2 years ago, the COVID year, where they were just god awful, because it really made you appreciate last year even more. And you really just worship what you have because you know how easy it can turn.
I remember a long time ago, I feel very fortunate that I got to do 2 championships with the Warriors doing pre and post. But then years ago when I was doing it, trying to sell, like when Larry Hughes showed up,
Right.
like we were acting like it was like Magic Bird or Jordan coming in. Larry Hughes.
Do you remember when he first joined the team? I still
thought it was going to be the greatest thing ever.
And the fans were lined up outside. There was a Larry Hughes doll they were giving out. This was like it was unbelievable, the promotion that they had. He was Larry. He was what he was. But they went nuts for him.
How about selling Bobby Sura?
Oh, Bobby Sura. Where's Bimbo Coles when you need him?
Bimbo was a good interview.
Oh, that's right. I mean, even I think back to the early '90s Warriors, the Run TMC, when they had Chris Gatling and Victor Alexander, and they trade Mitch Richmond for Billy Owens, and then all of a sudden the team started to go down a little bit, and it's still Chris Gatling and Victor Alexander. Like, oh boy, this isn't going to be very good.
Well, it's World Series time. First pitch is in like a minute.
Yeah, it's great. It's still the World Series. We got a new voice to the World Series in Joe Davis.
Yeah.
I think that's going to be fun to watch him and listen to him. And
I very refreshing.
Yeah.
No offense, Joe Buck. It was time.
Well, Joe, it's not about Joe Davis. It's about the game, and Joe, I think he's going to do a really good job. He helps bring out John Smoltz. He gets a little bit of the old man John Smoltz out of there and brings him into the now. And I'm looking forward to it. I think these are going to be fun games, and the chance to see Bryce Harper on this stage. We've heard about him for so long. He's won 2 MVPs, but this is his first chance in the World Series. All eyes are on him.
You're rooting for the Phillies.
Yeah, I really like to see the Phillies win.
Cody?
Astros in 6. I said 4.
Who
Astros
you rooting for?
I mean, I have a Bryce Harper shirt on.
Say it. Who are you rooting for?
The Astros.
Really?
Yeah.
I've been on their bandwagon since the tanking.
See, I'm like everybody else.
The Astros.
If the Astros win and Dusty wins the World Series, that's great. I'm all for that. Very happy about that. So I can take solace in that if the Astros win.
I am on record when I was with Stu on A's pre and post game live. I said, I don't care about a guy, Sacramento, random time with the A's, managed the Giants for years. Dusty Baker's had a great life. Everybody with this Dusty Baker, it's unbelievable. I hope someday I have millions of dollars in the bank. I've got All-Star games, World Series rings. I got smoked weed with Jimi Hendrix, and everybody says, oh my God, I hope he wins a World Series. Dusty Baker's had the greatest life. Phillies.
I want redemption for Jose Altuve. That's why. I think he's too good of a player to be tarnished by the.
He's 3 for 32 in these postseason.
Wait till the World Series. He's breaking out.
All right, so we're going for you and me are Phillies, and this guy's the anti.
I didn't know you didn't really like the whole Dusty Baker give Dusty Baker a ring thing. You're not down for that.
If the 28 other teams, I'd be down for it. For the Astros, no.
No matter what.
Why should I? The way things went down and affected us, I had to live it. Why should I let that all go because of one guy?
Well, because we have heart.
I have no heart.
We have no heart.
I'm not the heat miser. I'm the what was he the winter version? I'm the snow miser.
I grew up in Pittsburgh. I can't root for anything Philly.
Ooh.
Well, maybe we'll send you back to Pittsburgh.
For me, I was never a huge Dusty guy. I mean, I liked him when he was at the A's, had a huge 3-run homer off Dan Quisenberry in Kansas City in the top of the 9th.
How do you go back?
Which was awesome. But then he hit a double play on opening night.
This?
That was 85. Then in 86, he hit a double play on opening night, and I was kind of down on him after that. But when Darren Baker was playing at Cal, and Dusty was out of baseball at the time, would come to all the games, and we'd ask him to come on the air. And JT Snow would be doing the games.
Yeah.
And Dusty's
a great guy.
I mean, he was just so fantastic and not full of himself at all. He was egoless. He's Dusty Baker. He won the World Series as a player. He had all this egoless, talked to everybody, came on the air, talked with us. And so it was the first time I got a chance to know him a little bit. I'm like, yeah, this is a good guy. I can see why people
Well,
like him.
What was it 2 years ago where we did with Ray?
It was last year.
It was last year with Ray. We were doing it was like Ray Fosse and friends. So, we did Palmer,
Fly Levin,
so we did
Phil Garner,
and we did Ray and Dusty because Ray and Dusty drove around together with the ambassador thing, and they got to know each other driving around. So I just got to sit back. Yeah, Dusty Baker's the coolest guy, but it does not. I can't let the sins of the Astros go.
Yeah, I feel that, and there's a lot of hatred for the Astros, and a lot of it's well-deserved for what happened back then. But again, that's 5 years ago. When's the time go away? Does it ever go away? Maybe it doesn't.
It doesn't go away.
I hate him all the time.
I'm kind of that person. Once you burn me, I'm pretty much.
I feel that way about Kirk Gibson.
Yeah,
I'm like,
that's
I'm
fair.
not.
That is fair.
No, hate this guy.
Yeah, that's right. So it has nothing to do with Dusty. It's all about the Astros.
It's all about the Astros.
It's all about the brand. I don't like the brand.
I don't like the brand.
I don't like the brand.
Wow, bringing it into this century, the brand.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Townie.
Coming up next, are we airing game one?
No.
We don't have the rights for that?
What do we look like here?
Are you sending it to Joe Davis now? What is
Coming up next,
In
we're sending it
progress.
to Fox. Has it started yet?
Yeah, it's on right now.
It's not. They're not.
Yeah,
They had to
Verlander's
enter-
on the mound.
Oh, my God. Game 1 of the World Series. We'll see everybody back on Monday breaking down games 1 and 2.
The Coliseum has gone by many names, but none better than the Last Dive Bar. Hi, everyone. Ken Korak here, and my friends at Last Dive Bar are helping us celebrate our longtime home. Last Dive Bar has the most unique merchandise for all Oakland baseball fans. T-shirts, sweatshirts, the Ray Fosse line, and my personal favorite, the lights have taken full effect. Visit their website at lastdivebar.com or follow them on social media at Last Dive Bar. All proceeds are invested back into the A's